Barb, how you feeling? Before we begin today's meeting, I'd invite everyone who would like to join us in the recite the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I'd like to call roll for the April 11th, 2025 meeting of the Board of Regents. Roll call, please.
Regent Adidam?
Here.
Regent Thevaraju?
Here.
Regent Herbin?
Here.
Regent Schroeder?
Here.
Regent Claire?
He's here.
Regent Kenny?
Here.
Regent O'Connor?
Here.
Regent Schaefer?
Here.
Regent Shear?
Here.
Regent Stark?
Here.
Regent Whites?
Here.
Regent Wilmot?
Here.
A quorum is present.
Thank you. In your materials, you have copies of the minutes from the special meeting on February 25th, 2025. I'd entertain a motion for approval.
So move.
Second?
Second.
Are there any corrections to the minutes? Roll call, please.
Regent Thevaraju?
Yes.
Regent Herbin?
Yes.
Regent Schroeder?
Yes.
Regent Adidam?
Yes.
Regent Kenny?
Yes.
Regent O'Connor?
Yes.
Regent Schaefer?
Yes.
Regent Shear?
Yes.
Regent Stark?
Yes.
Regent Whites?
Yes.
Regent Wilmot?
Yes.
Regent Claire?
Yes.
Motion passes.
In compliance with the Nebraska's Open Meeting Act, the board has posted a copy of the act on the right side of the ramp as you come up the far end of the building. I would like to thank Chancellor Lee and the University of Nebraska at Omaha for hosting University of Nebraska Regents for yesterday's campus visit and today's meeting. As a tradition, we'd like to hear from what's happening on campus, and we shall begin with a brief introduction with the director of the STEM Trail Center, Dr. Chris Moore.
Well, good morning. We are honored to host the Board of Regents here and the STEM Teaching, Research, and Inquiry-Based Learning Center at the University of Nebraska, Omaha. I'm Chris Moore. I'm a professor of physics, and I'm director of the STEM Trail Center. The STEM Trail Center creates innovations in STEM education, and those innovations have impacts that we can measure on our campus, within our city of Omaha, across our state of Nebraska, and across the country. And so to give you an example, the classrooms that you see behind you serve as models of modern pedagogical infrastructure with instructors in these classrooms that serve as the models of modern instruction and STEM education. And that's the model that we look to disseminate across our campus. Just this academic year, we've had almost 2,000 UNO undergraduate students going through these classrooms and getting innovative, effective pedagogy in STEM. The space that we're in right now has impacts across our city, over 16,000 direct impacts on youth across the city that are in summer camps in this space, as well as through our planetarium that we had the honor of hosting you for dinner last night in. And we know that these programs are impactful because we can measure it and we have the data to prove it. To give you an example, a one-week session in our summer camps for 3rd through 10th graders leads to a 15% increase in interest in STEM careers. We know that because we have the data. And more importantly, there's a dose response to those impacts, meaning the more that a student and a participant goes through our programming, the more likely they are to can stay in the STEM pipeline, to come to UNO or the University of Nebraska system and stay in the state of Nebraska. Our research teams are building the Nebraska workforce pipeline throughout the state. And we have national impacts. The faculty within our center have produced curricula that are used by over 1 million students a year across the country. We are also leading the implementation of AI in education because we know, and that implementation is being used at universities across the country. Our dissemination models for how we can get more effective practices within our classrooms are being used at multiple institutions across this country, right? And we know that things like AI, it's not the computer science anymore. It's now how humans are going to use AI in order to make their fellow citizens better, more productive. And that's what our focus has been, and how can we use it for educational purposes. So once again, I'm honored to host the Board of Regents here today in this beautiful facility. We're less than 1 year old. We're still under warranty. So if you see any issues, let us know. And more importantly, we have a champion, and I'm just honored to invite her up here and to introduce her, because the work that we're able to do wouldn't be possible if it wasn't for the advocacy that Chancellor Jolie provides for us. And so with that, I will introduce Chancellor Jolie, the University of Nebraska, Omaha.
As you can tell, I'm really, really proud of my colleague, and Dr. Moore and many of our colleagues actually bring this vision alive. All I have to do is say yes. And it is remarkable that we're able to influence so many young students and make them feel like UNO is their home. So with that, I'm going to start this.
You are a maverick. You stand ready to change the world. You are an innovator with bold ideas and a vision for the future. You are determined to turn your dreams into reality. You are a leader, committed to making a difference. Your passion for finding solutions transforms research into real-world impact. You are unique, and your voice matters. Your individuality breathes life into the community you're shaping. You are driven, always striving for excellence. Your passion, your hustle, it's not just about today. It's about opening doors to tomorrow. Every skill you sharpen, every connection you make is building the foundation for your future success. With Omaha as your campus, you're at the center of it all. Here at UNO, the possibilities are as endless as your potential. You dare to dream, to innovate, to lead, to shape a brighter future. You are a maverick.
So what you just watched is a 1 minute video clip that we have launched among quite a few different links of video we have created for the community. So when I first came to Omaha, I have been constantly asking, how can we create a profile that is befitted to an urban campus that have critical mass of learner? So I lay out one expectation. That's all I said. High energy, modern, this is what we're going for. And I am extremely proud of my marketing communication department. They have exceeded my expectation. As this campaign launched, you will actually heard from the community. They have a lot of positive feedback. They really enjoyed it. If you watch the March Madness, you see showcase all different kind of university. That you have other university, then you have UNO. People actually energized in the Providence basketball place. Everybody just kind of excited about it. And I'm sure you will start to hear a lot of success coming in our way, but this is not the time to share yet. So today I want to talk about UNO is advancing in skill-based economy. Now in April 2023, we also had the privilege to host the Board of Regents to come to UNO. And at the time, our presentation was about the future of learning, the future of teaching, and the future of, working. So we're saying that, okay, well, 2 years in a row, what we have observed so far, we noticed several things. Talent scarcity is still here. Higher learning as an industry is still behind in meeting demands in workforce such as teachers, IT professionals, healthcare providers, pilots, just to name a few. To make things worse, by 2042, U.S. growth of population is projected to be 0 without the help of immigration. And the enrollment cliff is right here in 2025. So I have to say, the continued loss of reputation of college degree is actually very concerning. Based on the Wall Street Journal and the University of Chicago, in 2013, they have done a survey. Is college worth it? At the time, 40% of Americans actually said, no, I don't think so. In 2023, that percentage actually increased to 56%. We started to hear more employers talk about skills. They no longer talk about schools or degrees. For example, IBM has already successfully filled 20% of their professional roles with non-degree graduates. So the deduction becomes very simple. Demand for college degrees will continue to decline. Employer-driven, professional, talk about it, and politician, casually whisper in your ear. So we are concerned. And with the couple of technology advancement, we're going to ask ourselves, will the demand for college degree continue to decline? So what is the obvious question for all of us here? What are we going to do about it? If the current business model of running a university is not working, then what is the strategy we must continue to do to fulfill our mission? First and foremost, design thinking will tell you, right, that is perfected by Stanford University. Well, let's think about who are our end users. And we have to ask ourselves, of course at UNO, we believe our mission is loud and clear. UNO is the university that is aspired to educate people of the world. We define our goal as one, gainful employment. In other words, social and economic mobility. Here we call it a meaningful career, one that you feel fulfilled, one that you can actually get a family-sustaining wage. At UNO, we also adopt a design thinking to really think about what about the other end user. So we also think of a other end user is our employer. So hence, in the past few years, UNO has actively pursued strategies that we believe can help expand our mission and the reach of higher education. We have worked really hard to build an infrastructure to position ourselves to be a reliable partner for our employer and for our community. So I invite you to think with me, ladies and gentlemen, think with UNO. What is the definition of college? Are we in the business to just produce degrees, or are we in a mission to provide workforce for our community? I am certain when I start challenging our business model of producing degrees, many of my colleagues across the nation will think that I'm losing my marbles, or we are in a mission, right, really, how to really make workforce work. So I want to assure everyone, contrary to what you speculate, I'm a big, big proponent of college because I'm a direct beneficiary of higher education. Well, let's talk about how do we expand the reach of higher education? How can we fulfill our mission? What I'm asking ourselves is degree the only route to a gainful employment? Or are there other alternatives, like alternative music, that we can advance a learner? I have said it many times in many ways here in Nebraska and across the nation. To advance our mission of higher education, we gotta think differently. So we propose skill-based economy. It's already here. How a university responds to the need of the community of employers requires fluid and direct communication. What do we see ourselves in skill-based economy? While we continue to focus on our core base of learning, we transform our general education to streamline our degree so that we know we can take away bureaucracy by eliminating hurdles for adult learners to come back to college. In short, at UNO, we make getting a degree more time efficient and cost effective. We also create other possibilities to reimagine the future workforce. We know one size doesn't fit all, and we must innovate to identify other pathways for learners to get to professional careers. So we focus on making real experiences part of our learning. So at UNO, we're really proud of our skill-based learning model here. Let me start with something that you probably heard me talk about. On May 2nd, 2022, we started a program called Career Connect. We asked employers to partner up with UNO to stand in front of the TV and all the newspaper and say, from this day onward, you provide paid internship for our students. Because if you don't do that, many of our students have to take up the third part-time job so that they can come to your unpaid internship. That is not acceptable at UNO. Our students gain industry-specific skills through these paid internship, and they also gain professional experience and networking opportunities. Since that day, we have additional 154 employers actually join force with us and pledge to offer paid internship to our Mavericks. As of today, employees have posted 11,429 paid internship on UNO Handshake platform. We also work collaboratively with our faculty to focus on competency-based learning. As of today, UNO has over 100 faculty from 6 colleges engaged in competency-based learning, including aviation, teacher education, business, and social work. And soon UNO will establish the Competency, Skills, and Workforce Development Hub, which is the process, we're really in the process of pursuing official status as an NU center. And I'm now going to try to do a little campaign. I'm looking forward to your support for supporting this soon-to-be a reality competency hub. We actively also work with local employers to promote Workforce Development Partners Program, in which we encourage employees to take advantage of the federal tuition assistance program through employer with $5,250 per employee allowed by IRS. We now have employers such as Union Pacific, Mutual of Omaha, Physician Mutuals, and Warner Enterprises partnering us with us in this capacity. Another thing that we're really proud of is micro-credentials. We introduced micro-credentials to our community. Micro-credentials are short-term credentials with the vision to entice non-traditional learners or busy professionals that do not find degrees appealing at their stage of careers. We believe this strategy allows us to build micro-pathways to career changes and/or advancement. As of today, UNO has created 26 micro-credentials on topics ranging from AI to grant development to data science. We have exciting partnership discussion underway with organizations like Woodman Life and United Way, who are looking to UNO to help rapidly upskill their respective workforces on emerging topics like AI, and we're thrilled to have off-the-shelf solution available and make it an immediate offering for their employees. We have worked on this for a while. This fall semester, UNO will kick off our pilot cooperative education program in logistics and supply chain management. This soon-to-be-a-reality co-op program currently has employers and partners such as Valmont, Union Pacific, HDR, and Warner Enterprises. On the university front, we are connected with University of Cincinnati, Northeastern University, and our campus partner, Office of Engagement, to bring in a campus-wide initiative to expand our experiential learning. We're hopeful that co-op concept and practice will catch on very quickly in the state of Nebraska. Last but not least, as one of the few examples I want to share, UNO pursue AI to power up our own operations. In 2023, we introduced the AI Learning Lab into upscaling our own workforce. Both academic and functional departments participate to learn how to use AI to improve their own line of work and productivity. We now have nearly 1,000 people at UNO using enterprise Gen AI within their day-to-day teaching, learning, research, and working at UNO. And I'm thrilled to note that over 70 faculty across all 6 colleges are redeveloping their courses in a wide variety of disciplines to include information and hands-on experiences about AI so that UNO students are ready for the day after graduation. So what is really UNO's one achievement that we want to really brag about? But before I go there, I want to share one example, how we expand our reach of higher education. UNO and Metropolitan Community College have been in close partnership, allowing students to transition smoothly from MCC to UNO. Last fall, we witnessed new transfer student enrollment grow by 13%, driven by initiatives like Math Transformation Project between UNO and MCC. Metro Maths, that's how we call our students, allow students who are taking classes at MCC to receive scholarship and guidance as they transition to our UNO. Guided pathways allow students that have completed or plan to complete an associate degree the opportunity to work directly towards their bachelor degrees with our UNO community. We do this to curate, to maximize a community college students' enrollment so that they can one day be a Maverick. This project is receiving a lot of attention and support from our philanthropic community. When the time matures and comes, I'll come back and report to you that the support we receive from the philanthropic community. So in 2024, Nebraska Department of Labor data suggests out of all the students we serve, 81% of UNO graduate, stay, and work in the state of Nebraska 1 year post-graduation. That makes University of Nebraska, Omaha the most successful campus in retaining talent for the state of Nebraska. By 5 years post-graduation, UNO is able to retain over 67% of our graduates for the state of Nebraska. At UNO, we're actively shaping a future where learning is lifelong and makes an impact, not only in the state of Nebraska, but beyond. So what do we want to leave you with? UNO is ready to take back the narrative of higher education. This coming July, I will take on as the chair of the Strategic Committee for Higher Learning Commission. As you know, HLC is our creditor for the state of Nebraska. Personally, I believe HLC is the most innovative accreditor in our country to partner with universities and colleges. At HLC, we have started the conversation on the Great College Reset. At UNO, we have also shifted into conversation to that extent and has taken into action. Last year, we introduced the first Bachelor of Science in AI for the state of Nebraska. Next, we're very hard working on the needs of our adult learners, because we believe regardless who you are, you should have an opportunity in higher education. We're also investigating the opportunity of reduced credit professional credentials. Obviously, at UNO, we really don't have a crystal ball to tell you what the future will hold, but one thing for sure, UNO has already taken steps to get our learning community ready for a skill-based economy in which not only traditional bachelor's degrees, but other alternative learning model will also prevail. Because ultimately, our goal remains the same: dignity for all work and gainful employment for all our learners. Thank you very much. Do you want me to answer any question, sir?
Chancellor, I'm just going to say thank you, and Dr. Moore, thank you. It was a great tour. We're, as a board, very proud of all your accomplishments here, and we enjoyed the day yesterday, and we are enjoying the new facility. Thank you.
We're very, very excited to host you. Thank you.
At the February 7th meeting, 2025, the board meeting, the board unanimously agreed to make former Regent Jim McClurg the Regis Emeritus. As thanks for his many years of distinguished service to this board and to the university and the state of Nebraska. Regent Tim Clare would like to say a few words on behalf of the board. Regent.
Well, this is a real privilege to introduce not only a friend of mine, but a friend to our board and a friend to the University of Nebraska. I'm honored today to present Dr. Jim McClurg with the title Regent Emeritus. Dr. McClurg served as the 5th District Representative on the Board of Regents for the University of Nebraska from 2002 to 2012, including 2 terms as chairman. His service on the board was consistently marked by efficiency. You always start on time. Right, Jim? Common sense, courtesy to all, and an unerring ability to cut to the crux of any matter. Drawing on his exceptional experience in the field of biosciences, Dr. McClurg made significant contributions to the state and the university through his leadership of BioNebraska, UNIMED, the President's Research Board, and similar initiatives, as well as providing thoughtful leadership when related issues came before the Board of Regents. Following his tenure as a regent, Dr. McClurg continued to serve the university and the state as a member of the Board of Directors of the Nebraska Medical Center, the Cancer Center Development Corporation, and University Technology Development Corporation. Jim's courage and professionalism have earned the respect of those who served with him on the board and previous presidents, chancellors, and other officials and staff of the university. Jim, you never allowed serious business brought before the board to impede your levity, dry wit, and amazing humor. On behalf of the Board of Regents of the University of Nebraska, I would like to present you with this plaque commemorating the approval of Regent Emeritus status. Thank you for your friendship, and thank you for your service to the board, to the University of Nebraska, and to the state of Nebraska.
Lots of familiar faces, which is a delight to see you all. And if you would just take a second and recognize my wife, Lori, who is always working together. So, Lori, right here. When we're talking about the university, one of the things we say is that the product of education has changed lives, and that certainly is the case for me. I'm grateful to have been a part of this university practically my whole life, and it has changed my life. So I want to thank you for this award. It means a great deal to me. I love this university, and I love the attitudes of the people who are making things happen. And a strong university is great for the whole state and everybody beyond. So thank you very much for the recognition, and I wish all the best to all of you for this continued success. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Claire, and thank you for your service, Regent McClurg. As we move on to the kudos, each Board of Regents meeting, we all take time to recognize those persons who all too often don't receive the recognition they deserve. The Board of Regents believes that it is vitally important that we acknowledge your commitment and your contributions to the university. To have been nominated by either a supervisor or a fellow worker is an honor in itself. As kudos recipients are announced, please come to the podium, join the regent making the presentation. Following each presentation, we'll take pictures that will appear on our website. The president, chancellor, and the regents and the recipient's family and supporters will be part of the photo. The first kudos recipient is Renee Bessie from the University of Nebraska at Kearney. The award will be presented by Regent Schroeder.
On behalf of the Board of Regents, I am honored to present a Kudos Award to Renee Bessie, Director of Financial Aid at the University of Nebraska at Kearney. Renee's 35-year career at UNK's Office of Financial Aid began as a financial aid counselor and technician. Her degree in Business Administration, Computer Science from UNK, provided a foundation for her expertise in data management and programming. She has designed, implemented, and managed vital technology and systems, significantly improving the efficiency of awarding aid and scholarships. As Associate Director and now Director since 2022, she has navigated countless challenges and changes, evolving state and federal regulations, informing systems, and student expectations. She is an inspiration to her colleagues, demonstrating positive leadership, a strong work ethic, and unwavering encouragement. Her ability to navigate challenges, whether during COVID, FAFSA changes, system upgrades, or even building maintenance issues, is truly commendable. Serving students is at the heart of her work. She understands that financial aid can be life-changing, and she and her staff provide unwavering support and encouragement. Their daily affirmation is, "We know you can do this." It empowers students to achieve their academic goals. Renee embodies Loper spirit, leading her team to a victory in Homecoming Spirit Awards, decorating contests, and March Madness brackets. Congratulations to Renee Bessie. Her decades of exceptional leadership, student support, and vibrant Loper spirit are an essential part of the UNK Financial Aid Office's daily successes. We are incredibly privileged to have her on our team. Joining Renee are her husband, Jack, one of her 3 daughters, Cassidy Casey, and her supervisor, Kelly Bartling, Vice Chancellor for Enrollment Management and Marketing. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Renee. Regent Harebrant will present the Kudos Award to Karis Hazen from the University of Nebraska at Lincoln.
The Board of Regents is pleased to present a Kudos Award to Karis Hassan, Academic Advisor in the College of Journalism and Mass Communications at the University of Nebraska-Lincoln. Karis has demonstrated an extraordinary commitment to student success and institutional excellence. Her nominator said she has been a cornerstone in helping incoming freshmen acclimate to UNO. Her mentorship and leadership have been a beacon for them as they transition into college life. With her deep knowledge, boundless enthusiasm, and compassionate approach, Karis has been a vital support. She took on the additional responsibility of advising our graduate students while maintaining her undergraduate advising duties. She learned the complexities of the graduate program, developed an advising guide, and built relationships with more than 80 master's students. She ensured that they would receive the same high level of support and guidance as their undergraduate counterparts. She has been invaluable in guiding and assisting new staff. Her unwavering dedication to them has been instrumental in strengthening the team. Joining Karis today are her husband, Reben Kareem, her mother, Jihan Kadir, and her father, Kawa Koshino, and Lisa Smith, Director of Advising in the College of Journalism and Mass Communications. Please join me in thanking Karis Hassan for everything she is doing for the success of the university and for her dedication to her students and coworkers.
Easy to see you. Congratulations. Regent Javaro will present Kudos Award to Caitlin Kelly from the University of Nebraska Medical Center. Regent.
On behalf of the Board of Regents, I am pleased to present a Kudos Award to Caitlin Kelly, Clinical Research Coordinator for the Monroe-Meyer Institute at UNMC. Caitlin's colleagues applaud her innovative talents and the, quote, growth mindset she's exhibited since joining UNMC in 2018. In her current role, Caitlin has developed and improved internal processes, including implementing a barcode system for specimen collections. This was a major initiative that substantially improved our research process, her nominator said. In addition, Caitlin has enhanced MMI's research protocols in part by implementing audit procedures, moving data collection processes from paper to a secure web application. Most recently, she was implementing a new project management system that includes research protocols for tracking, document storage, and training materials. She's also created new processes for hiring research staff and selecting students for the summer undergraduate research program at MMI. Quote, Caitlin is simply the epitome of someone who always strives for excellence, her nominator said. She is the glue that holds us all together, end quote. Today, she is joined by her parents, Jeanette and Bert Kelly, husband, Kyle Ernst, and friend, Nikki Zubik. Join me in thanking Caitlin for her innovative spirit in helping researchers achieve the highest standards for research grants, interactions with research participants and community partners, and the training of undergraduate students across MMI.
Congratulations, Caitlin. Regent Adiem will present Kudos Award to Aisha Olson from the University of Nebraska at Omaha. Regent.
The Board of Regents is pleased to present a Kudos Award to Alicia Olson, Senior Practicum Specialist for the Grace Abbott School of Social Work at the University of Nebraska at Omaha. Nominator Katie Robbins, Senior Outreach Coordinator in the Grace Abbott School of Social Work, says Alicia's work with social work students preparing for the practicum experiences, she's dedicated to ensuring that students are receiving great field education by being creative and flexible and finding unique ways to meet students' needs. Robbins says that Alicia offers education, guidance, and support to the field supervisors and is available to answer questions or navigate tricky situations. Having high-quality, well-trained social workers enter the workforce is a priority. Her tireless work with students and agencies is a key contributor to achieving that goal. Alicia is committed to the community by partnering with agencies willing to support student learning through practicum. She is always seeking ways to enhance the practicum program. Robin says, with new technology and unique student needs, Alicia continues to update the online Canvas lab course students take to accompany their practicum experience. If something doesn't exist that a student may benefit from, Alicia will research and figure out how to incorporate it into an innovative solution. With Alicia today are her husband, Justin Olson, Dr. Susan Ray, Director of the Grace Abbott School of Social Work, Assistant Director Ellen Rice, and Nominator Katie Robbins. In addition, present are her field practicum team members, including Connie Kirchner, the field practicum coordinator, and Thierry Kenny and Michelle Manning, both field practicum specialists, along with other cherished colleagues. Congratulations.
Oh.
No.
To teach with this.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Alicia. Regent Wilmot will present the Kudos Award to Anna Berg from the University of Nebraska Office of the President. Regent?
On behalf of the Board of Regents, I'm honored to present the Kudos Award to Anna Berg, Senior Workstation Support Associate for the IT Client Services located on the UNO campus. Nominator Rebecca Norris says, Anna has always gone above and beyond to assist me with tech support. Recently, she stepped into the field one work ticket, but then succeeded in addressing a slew of additional issues, all accomplished with her efficient flair. Another reports that Anna took the time to listen to my concerns and to understand the barriers prohibiting my ability to streamline workflow for my school and its students. You can imagine how frustrating it is to be rendered inactive by computer access problems. Anna does not simply come in and get the job done. She explains in layman's terms, and that facilitates a better understanding. I feel empowered to move forward rather than being stalled by frustration with technology. Discussing tech issues, Anna is patient and uses recent, relatable examples to help explain, but she never will divulge the identity of her examples. In this way, she is respectful and maintains integrity with others. She embodies calm resolve and a can-do attitude. She fielded multiple tech issues nearly simultaneously, and she gets the job done, and she wears the MAV collars on her heart. With us today are her mother, Maureen Berg, her fiance, Derek Tobler, and Rebecca Norris. So would you join me in thanking Anna for all of her hard work and for this recognition that comes to her from the University of Nebraska Office of the President.
Congratulations, Anna. Well, our kudos guests are welcome to stay for the balance of the meeting. We understand you may have other plans for the day, and if that's the case, we'll give you a moment to exit the meeting.
No.
You were provided with the information for the degree of the committee meetings on March 28th and April 10th. Do you have a motion and a second for this item 6A1 for the award of honorary degrees and awards?
Second.
Motion's been made in second. Roll call, please.
Regent Herbin,
Yes.
Regent Schroeder,
Yes.
Regent Adidam,
Yes.
Regent Thaveraju,
Yes.
Regent O'Connor,
Yes.
Regent Schaefer,
Yes.
Regent Shear, Regent Stark,
Yes.
Regent Whites,
Yes.
Regent Wilmot,
Yes.
Regent Clare,
Yes.
Regent Kenny.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. This is the last regular board meeting for our student regents. In keeping with tradition, we present resolutions in recognition for their contributions in service to the university and the Board of Regents. After the following presenting regent reads his resolution, we will take a photo. Following the photo, we're invited to make a brief remarks, followed by our favorite tradition, singing each campus's fight song. Our first resolution honors Sam Schroeder from the University of Nebraska at Kearney, and the resolution will be presented by Regent Clare.
Well, I've really enjoyed working with Sam, and again, we hear about young people and that, gosh, they don't work as hard as they should, and so on and so forth. But I tell you, this group is you know, I'm really bullish about our future with these young people that have served on our board, and Sam in particular. He's a real sponge for information too, and he follows that advice, and it's just really uncanny. I talked to him about running for office, and I said, you know, if you're going to run for office, the best thing you can do is run unopposed. And by golly, he did. So he'll be back here next year. He'll be back here next. You know, he won, and he'll be serving a second term. So, way to take the advice. So whereas Sam Schroeder has served with distinction as a member of the University of Nebraska Board of Regents, as the president of the Associated Students of the University of Nebraska at Kearney. And whereas Regent Schroeder navigated and continues to navigate significant leadership transitioning, welcoming Dr. Jeff Gold as the 9th president of the University of Nebraska system and serving on the UNK Chancellor Search Committee following the retirement of Doug Christensen, NU's longest serving chancellor. And whereas Regent Schroeder consistently prioritized fiscal responsibility within the UNK student government budget, ensuring that every dollar spent by students through student fees was fully allocated toward effective initiatives that benefited the student body while protecting the future allocation and use of student government funds through his advocacy. And whereas in his unwavering dedication to the UNK student body, Regent Schroeder has played a pivotal role in achieving a remarkable range of influential initiatives, including the creation of a new fund for student-led projects, record reinvestment in student organizations, creation of a new mental health resource, collection of financial support across various departments for investments into campus rec and athletics, and the remodeling of the campus food pantry. And whereas Regent Schroeder exemplified service as a representative, prioritizing constituent outreach, transparency, and meeting with stakeholders, most notably in a time of unprecedented change in higher education. And whereas Regent Schroeder has provided his advocacy for a number of initiatives across various levels of governance, including countless initiatives among UNK administration and the University of Nebraska Board of Regents, as well as the City of Kearney, in addition to providing support for the Stop Campus Hazing Act in the U.S. Senate. And whereas Regent Schroeder believes that serving the students of the University of Nebraska at Kearney, as well as the nearly 50,000 students across the University of Nebraska system, will be one of the greatest honors of his life. Therefore, be it resolved, the University of Nebraska Board of Regents expresses great appreciation for the tremendous and outstanding contributions of Regent Sam Schroeder during his first term in office. Congratulations.
before this musical performance, I just wanted to say, thank you all for this great experience. I could talk about all the great opportunities we have as student regents and just being in the room and getting to learn from you all. But, I really wanted to talk about, the university as a family. And I've really appreciated how you guys have welcomed us all, really embraced that meaning of family. I mean, I spent Christmas with some of you guys this year when I couldn't spend it with my family. Another example that comes to mind, this first Regents dinner that we had, I invited my girlfriend, and that was our first date together. And I'll say, when I asked her to be my girlfriend, before I told my parents, I ended up telling Chancellor Bennett. So, the University of Nebraska really is a family, and I've really appreciated this opportunity, and I can't wait to work with you all another year. So thank you. And as for this musical performance, I wanted to invite Kearney State College grad Kathy Wilmot to help me sing.
I gotta see that.
And as well as Kearney area resident Paul Kenny, who said good luck before he left.
Come on.
Thanks for being a good sport.
Sam has made a drastic error because I don't think there was a fight song when I was there. And it's been so long, if there was, I wouldn't remember. So good luck on your solo.
You have the words.
I do have the words.
Oh, I forgot my reading glasses. Darn.
So did I. No.
Did you?
No. All right. Come on and fight for UNK. March on to victory all the way. Keep up your fight, spirit will always cheer. That's what we're here for, that's what we cheer for. Fight for blue and gold. Cheer for the blue and gold. Together we stand proud of the best in the land. You fight for UNK. Overs. Thanks for being a good sport.
You bet.
Maybe next year you'll have a little bit better.
4 years.
Still have the same girlfriend?
You guys haven't chased her away yet.
No.
Don't sing to her.
That was too honest.
Our
wasn't
next
it?
resolution honors Elizabeth Herbin from the University of Nebraska at Lincoln, and the resolution is presented by Regent O'Connor.
So I am so honored to be presenting this resolution to Regent Herbin. I am so grateful that she ran for student body president and had the opportunity to serve as a student regent. I'm hoping that this ignites a lifelong love for higher education and for the state of Nebraska. During her time on the board, I've been continually impressed by her. The value that she brings to the board is immeasurable, and I believe that her guidance this year has really set her apart. She has raised the discourse of the board, she has brought a fresh perspective, and she has, served as an excellent example of an engaged and driven student and community member, and I have been honored and delighted to work with her. Whereas Elizabeth Herbin has served with distinction as a member of the University of Nebraska Board of Regents, the student body president, and the Association of Students of the University of Nebraska president for the 2024-2025 term, and whereas during her time at ASUN, Regent Herbin has committed to promoting student wellness through the establishment of the Sexual Misconduct Prevention Committee and membership on the Campus Life and Safety Committee. And whereas Regent Herbin has navigated the closure of the Office of Diversity and Inclusion with her executive team, which is very difficult, welcomed a new president of the NU system, led ASUN amidst the current federal changes, helped with the budget request to the Nebraska legislature representing ASUN's voice in the process, and thoughtfully navigated ASUN's budget request. And whereas Regent Herbin has been a diligent liaison between students, staff, faculty, and administration, promoting pivotal campus partnerships with attention to transparency, communication, and collaboration, And whereas Regent Herbin has sponsored many key initiatives alongside her executive team that increase services to students, leaving a lasting legacy on student services and ASUN productivity. Now therefore be it resolved, the University of Nebraska Board of Regents recognize Regent Elizabeth Herbin for her exemplary service to the University of Nebraska and wish her continued success in all of her future endeavors.
All right. So when I assumed the role of UNL Student Regent, I didn't anticipate exactly everything that I've learned and all the lessons that would come my way. But over the past year, I've been acclimating to the responsibilities of being Student Regent, ASUN President, and Student Body President, all while managing life commitments as student and also navigating a life-changing diagnosis of Crohn's disease. I take great pride in our policy and initiatives and strategic objectives as a student government, but none of the achievements would have been possible without the incredible people around me, so I want to take a moment to thank everybody. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the ASUN executive team, Zane, Luke, Reem, and Renata. While I am the one who stands before you today, my contributions to the Board of Regents are a reflection of their tireless dedication to ASUN and our collective mission. If you know me, you know that I'm a huge presidential history nerd, and a quote from John Quincy Adams continues to highlight their presence on the ASUN team. If your actions inspire others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more, you are a leader. I cannot think of a better way to describe this team. Their hard work, values-driven decision-making, and authentic advocacy continue to inspire me and empower me to be the leader that I am today. I'm also grateful for Jesse, Marlene, Ryan, Paul, and ASUN's campus partners, who are an unwavering support system. They have invested immensely in my growth over the past year, then they're always available to discuss any student government matters, no matter the hour. I'd also like to express my appreciation to the 8 elected regents, the 3 other student regents, President Gold, and the team at Varner Hall for their mentorship, collaboration, and friendship. I'm really grateful for all of your guys' support. This year has been marked by so much learning, advocacy, and the formation of many meaningful relationships. Lastly, I want to thank my family, because from a young age, my parents and grandparents instilled in me the importance of using my voice to advocate for myself and others. Their unwavering support has been integral into the formation of who I am, and their significance in my life has never been more apparent than it is now. Today is also my dad's birthday, so happy birthday, Dad. Thank you all for your time, energy, and investment in me as a student regent. I'm so grateful. All right, so I couldn't get the band or anything here, but I do have a personal speaker, so I'm gonna do the second best to that, which is playing the band. I would invite any university administrators to come up and sing the fight song with me.
Come on, guys.
As well as any UNL alums. Thank you.
Come on, Paul. Paul, you're a UNL alum.
Oh, you do?
You just get rolled. That works.
All right.
That wasn't the same song at all.
Okay, so
6 degrees to my 2 kids.
You did amazing.
I paid a lot of money, man.
all right. In case anybody doesn't know the words, you can come up here. All right.
Don't know the words.
There is no place like Nebraska.
You would have never made it.
The resolution for Bernarda De Javarro is presented by for the University of Nebraska Medical Center is presented by Regent Schaefer. And I might add, we had conversations last night, and I expect you to come back from the left coast to Nebraska when you get done your training.
Good morning, and this is an honor. Pranita is somebody who I noticed right away when she came onto the board that she was not only bright, but she is curious and hardworking and kind. But one of the things that kind of stood out to me that I've recognized just here in the last 6 months is she's going to be a huge success no matter what she does because she's a strong young lady. And as a father of 2 daughters, I think that's really important that she's going to be able to go out there and become a role model to other young women as well. And part of what makes me say that is when we went to the bowl, on the bowl trip, and she was telling us the story. My family and I showed up a few days later, but on, was it Christmas Eve or Christmas night, you found a new family? Oh, yeah. She was alone, and she went out on her own and found her way into an Italian restaurant, I believe, right? And the next thing you know, she's the owner's family was there celebrating Christmas or whatever it was they were celebrating, not for sure. But she made her way in, and she became one of them for the evening. And to hear that story was pretty remarkable. So I don't know if you still stay in contact with those folks or not, if they're on your repeat list to go back to. But it is pretty interesting to hear her share that story. So with that, let me start with the resolution. Whereas Pranita Devarahu has served as a member of the University of Nebraska Board of Regents and as the president of the University of Nebraska Medical Center Student Senate during the 2024-2025 term. Whereas Regent Devarahu represented herself, her institution, and her fellow students with dignity and integrity during board meetings and events, and has served as a vocal and unwavering advocate for the students throughout UNMC and the NU system. And whereas during her time as a student at UNMC and previously at the University of Nebraska at Omaha, Regent Devarahu has held leadership positions beyond president, regent, while balancing the demands of medical school, including serving as a public advocate for the university in person and on multiple media platforms. And whereas Regent Devarahu has helped lead student advocacy and feedback that will help shape the future of student housing at UNMC. And whereas Regent Devarahu, with her fellow student regents, presented to the board in multiple committees about the importance of student support services and reached out to their counterparts at multiple Big Ten universities in search of new ideas, services, solutions, and other matters that would help the university. And whereas Regent Devarahu was among those who led efforts that resulted in the piloting of a new parking shuttle on the Omaha Medical Center campus and has served as liaison between parking services and students as the program takes shape. I question whether that's the result of, did you have numerous parking tickets or not? Okay, all right, well, regardless, she's also resourceful, apparently. So, whereas the UNMC Student Senate, under Regent Dave Rahu's leadership, advocated for improved and online scheduling for counseling and psychological services, which will result in a new scheduling system starting the next academic year. This is making it easier for students to engage with crucial mental health resources. And whereas Regent Dave Rahu is herself a shining example of the talent that can be mined in our home state, a top scholar, a musician, so her singing should be no problem, and now future physician who has chose to stay home and attend the University of Nebraska. Now therefore, be it resolved that the University of Nebraska Board of Regents expresses its sincere appreciation for Regent Pranita Devarahu and for her dedicated service and her effective leadership as a member of the board, and we wish her success in all of her future endeavors.
They didn't stay home.
I just want to say a few thank yous before we get to what you're all waiting for, the fight song. To the board, thank you so much for this opportunity. This has been such a crucial learning experience, an internship of sorts, and a very formative experience in my development as a professional that I have been looking forward to since I was a first-year medical student. I will admit that I didn't quite know what to expect when I started this position, but you all have taken me under your wings and really taught me the ropes. I have learned the nuances of making group decisions, of considering unforeseen outcomes, and the different strategies and perspectives on leadership of a large institution such as this one. The Board of Regents have been so gracious as to include us on discussions and workshops so that we could experience what all the elected regents experience and learn from them. But not all that I learned about this experience has been about the job. I have learned how many people care so much about this state and university and devote their whole lives to it. And it has made me appreciate this beautiful state even more. And as a tired fourth-year medical student, it has given me renewed inspiration and energy to make change, as all the esteemed members before me do every day. Of course, I could not sit in this position without some very crucial people. First of all, my family. They have been my supporters since day one. Even this morning, my mom packed me breakfast and printed off these copies of the fight song for me right as I was running out the door. Today, my father, mother, grandma, and grandpa are here with me. My grandparents were both doctors and are my inspiration to pursue this career path myself. Next, thank you to the UNMC student body for electing me as your student body president and giving me this position. Thank you to Dr. Phil Covington, our Vice Chancellor of Student Success, for his immense support, along with my Student Senate executive team, who I could not have succeeded this year without. Next, thank you to Dr. Gold, Dr. Davies, Dr. Lee, President of our university and chancellors of UNMC and UNO, both schools of which I have attended. Thank you for your support, your advice, your mentorship. I have learned so much from you. And of course, the regents who have given me this opportunity and hung out with me for 5 days in New York. And especially Regent Stark, who took me under his wing very early on and has been so invested in my success. I think I've spoken long enough, but I am very sad that this year is over. I've really enjoyed this experience, and I can't express enough my gratitude at being given this opportunity and spending a wonderful year with you all. Thank you. Okay, it's fight song time. Sure, that would be great.
Oh, she got.
Here's a. Yep. Yes. Oh. All right. It's these two. Nebraska, healing we bring. In Nebraska, our voices ring. Training the best with precision and flair. With serious canvassing, extraordinary care. We got the bark. We got the fight. We'll leave a mark. We'll do things right. That's right. Nothing and nobody beats the community and unity of UNMC Labs. Go Labs!
I'd like to congratulate all the student regents. We had a very impressive group, but what's most impressive is not just the work they do on the board, but what they do on campuses. And they did it at a very difficult time. Pranita, fourth year medical student, I don't know how you did this with your time, and the rest of you as juniors and seniors carrying a heavy load. So we appreciate all you've done for us and the board. So I'd like to have Shani read off what all the stuff that you've done. You want to join me? It's pretty impressive, this list here. We had no idea all the stuff that you guys are involved in. So, whereas Shani Adidam has served with distinction as a member of the University of Nebraska Board of Regents and president of the University of Nebraska Student Government Association for 2024-2025 term. Whereas during her time as UNO regent, Adidam had demonstrated a deep commitment to advocacy, student wellness, and representation, championing initiatives that support and uplift the student body. Whereas in her leadership role, Regent Adidam established a monthly registered student organization council, creating a space for student leaders and constituents to share ideas, voice concerns, and collaborate on meaningful initiatives to improve student experience. Whereas Regent Adidam prioritized student well-being and appointed a wellness coordinator to intentionally lead efforts that support mental health, thank you, and overall wellness across campus. Whereas Regent Adidam contributed to the development of a comprehensive guide for the campus community, including academic stakeholders to foster clarity, connection, and accessibility in campus-wide initiatives. Whereas Regent Adidam's leadership, the Student Government Association became fully operational governing body for the first time in 4 years, with every role from the executive branch to commissions filled and functioning collaboratively. Whereas Regent Adidam has been instrumental liaison between students and administration, advocacy, policy, process development, focus on transparency, accountability, and responsible leadership and stewardship of student fees. Whereas through an unwavering dedication to belonging and elevating voices and action, Regent Adidam has left a lasting legacy of student empowerment, community building, and positive change at UNO. Now therefore be it resolved that the University of Nebraska Board of Regents thanks Regent Shani Adidam for her exemplary service to the University of Nebraska and wishes her continued success in all her future activities. Congratulations. Very proud of you.
Before I sing our amazing fight song, I just wanted to extend a couple of gratitudes and thank yous to all of you guys in this room right now. The first time I stepped on campus was when I was actually 6 weeks old, visiting my dad's office for the first time. And ever since then, I knew I wanted to be a Maverick. I knew I wanted to come back to our campus community and really make it a better experience for students like me, but then also the Omaha community as well. And now I'm standing in front of you as the voice of the official student body, so that is something to say. As my term comes to an end, I just want to extend a heartfelt thanks to each of you. Serving on this board has been such a true honor. I've learned so much from all of you, and I leave this role grateful for the experiences and the relationships I have made along the way. Over the course of this year, I've been able to witness the power of collaboration and bringing different perspectives to the table to ensure that we're all able to work to a brighter and better future. Furthermore, thank you so much to the system-wide and campus administration for continuing to create a supportive environment for me and all students to thrive in. In summation, the one thing that I have learned is that it truly does take a village, and I am eternally grateful to be a part of it. I would also be remiss if I didn't thank the students who encouraged me and pushed me to do better for our amazing campus. Thank you so much to my Vice President and Chief of Staff, Kevin and Nate, for believing in me and my direction. It has been an honor to advocate on behalf of you all, and just thank you so much for everything that you have all done this year. But yeah, thank you all for the students that showed up. I know we have a really important task at hand. If you guys all want to join me at this podium, campus administration, I know there's a lot of senior leaders here. Definitely come up. Dr. Vic, you should definitely come up. Who else? Literally anyone UNO affiliated, show up.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Yes, keep coming. Oh, good job.
Do we want to invite the men's basketball team if you guys want to? They're not going to?
I know, I saw the finger, I was like, wow. We bring my head down.
Yeah.
Table.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. Oh.
Fight for our Mavericks. We will fight for our team. Everyone knows when the old whistle blows. We'll shout, we will yell, we will scream, go Mavs! We'll fight for our Mavericks. We will cheer so all fans will know. Be it win, lose, draw, from Omaha. We will fight for UNO. UNO! 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 UNO!
Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't know what it was for. Thank you so much.
Pretty cool.
So nice of you guys.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Congrats. I watched. You guys did a really nice job.
You guys are lucky. You got Coach Crutch. He's awesome.
Congratulations, guys. We can.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Ben, can you dunk?
Well done. Thank you for all your hard work.
Come on.
Seriously? Thank you.
Freshman year in an intramural game, I did.
Oh,
One time?
One time, full. They
you guys
banned it.
make us
I could jump
proud.
off the wall and dunk.
I love it.
That's the only way I could do it.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for all your work.
Congratulations, guys. Good job. Thanks. Boy, you're a good point guard, aren't you? Hitting that three out there, baby. Hey, good luck to you, man. Seriously. Get a lot of money, too, while you're at it. Good luck.
I wonder what that was.
Congratulations.
I'll find
We actually did the key.
Huskin Court.
Okay.
Lee Enterprises.
Find that out. You know everything.
Congratulations, gentlemen.
No respect.
As you all know, the University of Nebraska lost one of our own on January 15th, 2025. Jack Hoffman touched the hearts of Nebraska as a young boy. He and his family used his life and the struggles that have been dealt with to show us all what can be done when you put your mind to it. I've asked Regent Schroeder to offer a resolution on behalf of the board in gratitude, recognition of Jack Hoffman. Sam?
Whereas the University of Nebraska and the broader community of the state of Nebraska lost a valued member of our community on January 15th, 2025 with the passing of Jack Hoffman. Whereas Jack touched the hearts of across Husker Nation and the country at large during his touchdown run at the 2013 Husker Spring Game. And whereas Jack showed all of Nebraska and the world that what it truly means to be courageous and strong during his courageous battle with cancer. And whereas Jack and his family turned their battle into something positive by being not only a voice for, but an advocate of pediatric brain cancer, starting the Team Jack Foundation and raising over $14 million to aid pediatric cancer research. And whereas after demonstrating a passion for expanding legal resources in rural Nebraska, Jack earned the Kearney Law Opportunities Program scholarship and attended the University of Nebraska at Kearney in the fall of 2024. During his time at UNK, he excelled in political science courses, was an honor student, and earned a spot on the dean's list. Now, therefore it be resolved, the Board of Regents recognizes Jack Hoffman and the entire Team Jack Foundation for everything that they did during Jack's short life to inspire us all, to show us what strength, courage, and perseverance truly look like, and to teach us that everyone can make a difference. As part of their gratitude, the Board of Regents has recommended that the University of Nebraska Kearney award Jack Hoffman a Bachelor of Science in Political Science to be presented at the May 2025 commencement ceremony. The Board of Regents and the entire state send our deepest condolences to the Jack Hoffman's family and to all who knew and loved him.
On February 14th, 2025, the voice of the Huskers, Greg Sharp, lost his battle with pancreatic cancer. Greg brought joy to all the Husker fans and faithful through his play-by-play calls for Nebraska football and baseball since 2008. 2024, he was honored to the Nebraska Sportscaster of the Year. I have asked Regent Weiss to offer a resolution on behalf of the board for our gratitude and recognition of Greg Sharp and the contributions to the University of Nebraska and athletics. Barb?
Thank you for giving me this honor and throwing around my speech, but that's okay. Thank you. You know, I don't think you can live in Nebraska and not heard this voice. And I'm proud to be able to say thank you for sharing this voice with us for so many years. And just reading the last few weeks in the paper, reading the stories about what he brought to the university has been a wonderful experience. So, whereas the University of Nebraska and all Husker fans lost a valued member of our community on February 14th, Valentine's Day, 2025, with the passing of the voice of the Huskers, Greg Sharp. And whereas Greg joined the Huskers in 2008 as the play-by-play announcer for the Husker football and baseball, and quickly cemented his place in the homes and hearts of all Husker fans. I listened to him on the radio when I would leave a little early from things. Just putting us all in the center of the action with his distinctive voice, his passion, and his excitement for Husker sports. And whereas Greg showed us strength and courage, continuing to call baseball and football games while he was waging his battle against pancreatic cancer. Whereas Husker Athletics has honored Greg's service to the university by renaming the booth, I love this, in which he spent so much time, in the Greg Sharp radio booth. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Regents recognizes Greg Sharp for his talent, for his passion that he shared with all of us. The Board of Regents and the entire state send its deepest condolences to Greg's family and to all who knew and loved him. Thank you. This is for you.
Jeff, do you want Troy in that picture? Troy, come in.
If there are no objections, I suggest that these resolutions be adopted by acclamation.
So moved.
Second. Any other comments about Greg? If so, it has been adopted. We've had a request for a bio break. Give us a little break in between parts of the meeting, so we'll be back in 10 minutes.
Some authority,
Thanks.
Paul.
Yeah, I know.
Show some
It was those two at the other end I was worried about. Like to call the meeting back to order and turn it over to President Gold.
Thank you, Regent Kinney. Last fall, last September 5th, during my investiture as the 9th president of the University of Nebraska, I shared a bold vision for the university. That vision of an odyssey to the extraordinary is something that I believe is more important today than it was then. The national, state, and local opportunities and challenges that we continue to experience underscores the urgency of our odyssey, our vision of the extraordinary. It underscores the need for careful strategic planning, meticulous implementation, and above all else, a truly mission-driven decision-making process that is stakeholder-based, incorporates outcomes more than process, with broad and deep wisdom from those who depend most upon us. This odyssey also requires a thoughtful and thorough evaluation of our system-wide structure, of every program and every process across the university, of areas with the most potential for growth, of the pillars of innovation, and the critically important opportunities for even more efficiency. Since last year, we have been developing and fine-tuning a new strategic plan to guide the University of Nebraska through the coming years of opportunity and challenge. This plan is comprised of 5 foundational pillars and 16 strategies, which together will set an inspirational standard across the university, while also giving individual campuses, colleges, and programs the freedom, indeed the energy, to focus on areas of strength, areas of innovation, and to prioritize the use of our precious resources. I have shared the 5 foundational pillars with you before, and today, formally, we share the 16 strategies based upon extensive faculty, student, staff, and alumni creativity and feedback at the level of thousands. This framework will be distributed using a digital format to all of our campuses, colleges, institutes, centers, to all of our auxiliaries, business units, athletic programs, alumni associations, and more. And in so doing, we will build out the detailed specifics of this dynamic and exciting odyssey to change. As we all know, periods of change and reinvention are inevitable over time and occur in every industry sector, including higher education. And I do believe that only the best of the best universities will meet this moment of time, embrace opportunities for growth and innovation, and ultimately emerge stronger. It may take time, and I am sure that there will be both exciting and challenging moments ahead. But I do believe that our University of Nebraska will set the standard and thrive as a truly extraordinary institution. Today, our board will specifically address many of these important areas as expressed through updates in bylaws and Board of Regents policy. Consistent with our system-wide planning, we're continuing to move forward with the application process to the Higher Learning Commission, the accrediting body for each of our campuses. And as I have reported at multiple last meetings of this board and at virtually every committee meeting over the last 6 months, this effort involves combining accreditation for the University of Nebraska Lincoln and Medical Center campuses, which is the standard across our peer university systems. I'm pleased to provide an update today that we have now submitted a completed application which has been accepted by the Higher Learning Commission. The remaining steps, better known as Phase 4, consist of campus visits followed by a definitive Higher Learning Commission board decision, likely this summer and fall, respectively. Since our last meeting, we have seen a significant amount of regulatory and policy change. Much of this change has been at the federal level, which has trickled down across our nation, including our university here in Nebraska. Our campus leaders, faculty, and staff across the university have been working hard to understand these impacts on the research portfolio, teaching, and engagement work that is happening in our classrooms, research laboratories, farms, and clinics, and well beyond across the state. This will take time, months or even years, for this new landscape to come into full focus. In the meantime, we are doing our very best to keep abreast with these changes, to be ready to pivot when necessary, to embrace opportunities as they arrive, and to be as responsible and prudent as possible with the precious resources that we have to the current and future citizenry of Nebraska. Through all of these changes, we are grateful to the Nebraska congressional delegation for their guidance, partnership, and support. I also wish to express gratitude today for the partnership with members of the Nebraska legislature, specifically the members of the Appropriations Committee. Last January, a substantial cut was proposed to the university's state-aided budget. In response to many of the challenges that I have shared earlier, the Appropriations Committee is now reconsidering and trying to find even more ways to help keep higher education affordable, accessible, and of the highest possible quality. We are very grateful and fully understand that our state is facing its own budgetary pressures, and that our governor and state senators have spent this session having difficult discussions and making difficult decisions. The legislature and the governor's office team are made up of hard workers whom we have come to count upon as colleagues and friends, who I do believe truly have the best long-term interests of Nebraskans at heart. We look forward to continuing this critically important work with them as the session continues and thereafter. The recent decisions have become far more favorable, but the work is not done as we continue to strive to provide the highest quality and highest value in higher education. A theme of this meeting has clearly been recognizing extraordinary individuals who have done extraordinary things and who have lived extraordinary lives, all making the world a better place. First, I'm grateful to have known Jack Hoffman and his parents, Andy and Bree, and I'm grateful to have known and worked with Greg Sharp, and thankful to their families for joining us here today to recognize them and their legacies. Nebraskans became familiar with both Jack and Greg through Husker football, but each went on to make impact, extending far beyond the game and the gridiron to touch generations of lives within and beyond our state. Jack and his family were instrumental, as you've heard, in raising millions, tens of millions of dollars for pediatric brain cancer research. And although he lost his courageous battle last January, through their work and advocacy, lives have been saved and will be continued to be saved for generations of children to come. The Hoffmans' tenacity and dedication to turn tragedy into victory and to persevere against all odds is a humbling lesson for all of us as our regents consider the awarding of one of Jack's lifetime goals, his college degree. Mr. Greg Sharp was the voice of Husker Radio beginning in 2008. For more than 16 years, he was far more than a broadcaster. He was a storyteller, a champion of student athletes, and an incredible friend and cheerleader to nearly everyone he met. Even during his recent battle with cancer, he personified what it means to be a Husker and a proud Nebraskan. And as such, as you have heard, the broadcast booth will forever bear his name as a reminder to all of us of his dedication and his enduring excellence. Today, we also recognize Regent Jim McClurg and his wife, Lori, with emeritus status. Regent McClurg is a former UNMC faculty member, an innovator, and a champion of entrepreneurship and innovation. He, as a regent, helped guide the University of Nebraska through good times and lean times, and each of us can learn from his example of dedicated servant leadership. Today, a little bit later in the program, we'll formally recognize recently retired Husker volleyball coach, Mr. John Cook. Coach Cook, of course, is the most successful coach in the history of intercollegiate volleyball, and more so as a role model, a mentor, and a friend to many, including myself. Coach Cook, we are so proud of what you have done and our student athletes have built here in Nebraska, and we will be reminded, of course, pending board approval, of your legacy each time the Huskers play in the newly to be named John Cook Arena inside of the legendary Bob Devaney Sports Complex. Just as all of these individuals have dedicated their lives and careers to the pursuit of excellence, our university remains committed to the same. Later in this meeting, the board will consider the approval of several such examples. These include a new program, a graduate certificate for emergency nurse practitioners, to be awarded at the University of Nebraska Medical Center. This certificate is a crucial step in strengthening healthcare access to emergency services, particularly in Nebraska's many rural, underserved communities. Rural hospitals and clinics struggle with provider shortages, making it essential to equip nurses with advanced skills to deliver high-quality emergency care when and where it is needed most. This certificate will help address the gaps in emergency medical services, ensuring that rural patients can receive timely and expert care as close to home as possible. The board will also consider the first intermediate design review for Project Health. Project Health, of course, will significantly impact education in the health professions, clinical research, and strengthen access to high-quality healthcare services across Nebraska. This project will address both rural and urban workforce shortages. It is yet another opportunity for the university and the state, Nebraska's incredible philanthropic community, to partner in a truly transformational project that will yield improved health outcomes, boost the ranks of skilled medical professionals, and stimulate even more economic development. In short, it will improve the quality of life across Nebraska for generations to come. Further, I am incredibly pleased to note that later today, our board will also consider what will be the third construction phase for the biomechanics program right here on the UNO campus, a program whose second phase I had the honor of leading during my time serving as the chancellor here at UNO. This progress is a testament to the long-standing leadership of Dr. Nick Sturgio, the incredible growth and impact, of the work of the biomechanics researchers, and the vision and generosity of the Nebraska philanthropic community, a unique family of longtime visionary benefactors whose support has touched every corner of every campus of our university system, by the way, whose name I'm not permitted to mention today, has once again made a very wise investment in Dr. Sturgio, an investment in the future of the university and in the future of the broader community that we serve. And finally, I too wish to publicly thank and congratulate all four of our student regents for their services to their campuses, to our university, and to the state we all call home. They're critically important voices representing all students. Their willingness to ask important questions in and out of the boardroom, and the gift of their time and talent over this year of transition has been invaluable and will be even more so in the future. I thank you and express deep gratitude on behalf of the entire university and wish you the best in your future journeys. All of those being recognized today, individually and together, exemplify the odyssey that we are on and the places that this odyssey can and will lead us. They're examples of many other humble heroes across our campuses who are moving the University of Nebraska from excellent to extraordinary. I thank you for your time today, and as always, I thank you for the privilege of serving as the president of your university. Regent Kinney, I turn the program back to you, sir.
Thank you, President Gold. Now we move on to the public comment portion of today's meeting. The standing rules of the board provide that any person or persons may appear and address the Board of Regents on items that are not on the agenda if an individual provides corporate secretary within 24 hours notice. But we were not contacted by any individuals wishing to speak of an item that's not on the agenda. The standing rules provide that anyone that is desiring to speak concerning an item on the agenda, regardless of notice, may do so. Is there anyone here who would like to address the board for a topic at the time? We have a sign-in sheet, and Stephanie Bondi, are you here? You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Regents, President Gold. My name is Stephanie Bondi. I study education. I got into it because I love education. And maybe you don't know that people actually major and get doctorates in higher education about how college students learn and how universities operate, but that's my field of study. I'm here to talk to you about proposed changes in the bylaws, removing affirmative action, removing words like race, ethnicity, gender identity from the bylaws. I'm not sure how folks are feeling about that. It seems based on the timing that it's reactionary to executive orders and to the Dear Colleague letter. Maybe you're not sure what will happen after these changes happen, but since I study higher education, there's decades of research to tell us what will happen. When we don't have programs and policies that explicitly reflect who our students are and say that we will protect them, student success goes down. Retention and graduation rates go down. Harassment and violence against students in those minoritized groups, it goes up. This is what the research says. Maybe you feel like there's nothing that you can do about it, again, because you're being pressured. We've already discussed there's lots of changes in the federal landscape. Maybe you don't feel like it's a big deal at all. You feel like it's okay. And I want to know if it's okay for you. Who is it okay for? Is it okay for all of the students in Nebraska? We have a really diverse state in Nebraska. I'm not sure that it's good for everyone. I believe in our educational mission. Earlier we were talking about we need to have a strategic plan that leverages our educational mission. And our mission is to educate the people of Nebraska. And we have a diverse state in Nebraska. And what the research says is that this will hurt our state and our students and our ability to fulfill our educational mission. We collected cards, some faculty collected cards with statements to share with you about how people in Nebraska are feeling about this. I want to read a couple. This one's from a double alumni and a UNMC staff member. Dear Board of Regents, I've studied and worked at the university for 15 years. It's disappointing to see these efforts to concede to discriminatory values of state and federal leaders. Their interest is not coming from a place compatible with values of our institution.
I'm sorry, your 3 minutes are up. Thank you.
Could I read a couple more?
You could provide them to us, and we can provide them to each of the regents to read if that would be acceptable.
Okay, and we did submit over 100 to the regents ahead of time. Where can I?
Thank you. Crystal Garcia?
Good morning, board members. My name is Crystal Garcia. I'm an associate professor of educational administration at UNL. I spoke to you all in the last board meeting, and I'm here again, standing on the right side of history, urging you to pause response via bylaws changes in response to the anti-civil rights guidance, not law, administered through recent executive orders in the Dear Colleague letter. Regents, I want you to ask yourselves, what evidence has this administration presented that leads you to believe these bylaw changes are in the best interests of current and future Nebraska students, staff, and faculty? We should be here discussing policies that are intended to strengthen our communities and better support students, but that's not what we're doing here today, is it? What is it about diversity, equity, and inclusion that leads us to eliminate these practices? What is the alternative? Will being less diverse help students to succeed in our society? Will being less equitable open pathways for all to access the education they deserve? Will being less inclusive help us to attract the best and brightest to our institutions? I study higher education and know that the plethora of research points to the contrary, which is exactly how I know that this guidance is nothing but harmful political rhetoric. And being a researcher, I also know why this administration is aggressively attacking research funding and censoring research with their list of banned words. This administration does not want research to exist because research shows that inequities in education and society broadly exist, and future research will show the harm this guidance will assuredly cause. Regents, ask yourselves, is this the guidance that will lead to thriving campus communities? If you know this guidance will not strengthen our communities, but you believe complying with it will save our university from this administration's ire, think again. Columbia University was recently coerced by the Trump administration with threats to freeze $400 million in federal funding. Columbia complied with the Trump administration's demands. Did they restore their funding? No. Instead, NIH froze an additional $300 million in Columbia's funding. Complying with this administration will not save us. It will only open our campus communities to years of continued scrutiny, surveillance, and coercion. Now is the time to be brave. Now is the time to join with every other college and university in this country to together take a stand for the future of higher education in Nebraska and everywhere. Every student, staff, and faculty in the Nebraska system is watching, including the hundreds who already sent you postcards and written statements against this move. History will remember your bravery.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes
to
are
choose
up.
Nebraskans over politics. Thank you.
Zachary Bursch? Zachary, are you here?
Good morning, Board of Regents. My name is Zachary H. Bursch. I am a 19-year-old sophomore that attends UNL as a secondary education student. Surprise! I am here talking about the exact same thing as the two before me. On campus at UNL, I'm a part of the CAST program, that is the Center for Academic Success and Transition. I'm a peer mentor. We deal with freshman year incoming students who have no idea what they're getting into with college. They are terrified, they don't know what they're doing, they don't know where any of the buildings are, they don't know that they have meal plans, and our job is to get them acclimated and feel at home at UNL, where I feel at home. UNL has done a lot for me as a student, and I have come to appreciate it just as much as I appreciate Omaha as my city of birth, my city of education, and the city that I would like to return to after I receive my degree. One thing that we tout within the program is identity. We focus on it extensively because identity as a college student and as at this point within our life is integral to who we will go on to become. You go to college to receive your education, to get your degree, and that degree will eventually take you to your career, which will become a large part of who you are. The Dear Colleague letter, which the proposed bylaws changes are in relation to, touts that diversity and the programs that we have in place to support it and support students under the guise of it is discriminatory in some way, and it wishes to abolish the consideration of things like race and gender and the conversation overall to hopefully remove the discrimination against them, which doesn't make much sense to me, because by not talking about it, we allow people to continue to discriminate on it. The parts of our identity that define us are important to every conversation because we are important to every conversation as students and as people. None of you would be here without the parts of your identity that define you. And by removing the ability to talk about them within the classroom and the ability to have institutions and systems and programs to support the parts of people identity that matter to them, you tell students that you do not care about them, which I don't want to believe. I want to believe that you have our best interests at heart. And your response to this letter will decide whether or not I do, whether or not the students of the University of Nebraska system do. I ask that you all do your job, protect us and support us. Thank you.
Thank you.
It is now time to consider the consent agenda. Oh, excuse me, got one more. Sorry. Have you need to sign in also?
All right. Hello, my name is Ellie Calderon Palacios. Currently, I'm a student at UNL, but I'll be at UNL next semester, so go Mavs and go Huskers. So hundreds of students, faculty, staff, and community members wrote postcards to protest the proposed changes to the bylaws. The Regents should not be changing their policies and bylaws that were carefully developed over a number of years on the basis of the DOE's Dear Colleagues letter, which is vague and has no force of law. The proposed changes would directly affect thousands of current and potential students at NU, including first-generation students, Pell-eligible enrolled students like myself, and hurt all students at NU. Diversity is a strength, then feel free. I'm gonna read a few postcards that were given to me. The first one is from a first-gen Husker and a first-gen Libertarian American. It says, "Dear Board of Regents, it deeply saddens me that you are actively erasing the identities of many staff, students, and faculty, though not only actions eliminating facilities and resources that benefit students of marginalized identities, which increases the workload of many staff and faculty of marginalized backgrounds, but through language that actively disaffirms our existence. Be mindful and understand that not seeing us shows you don't want us at this institution." And then the second one says, "Dear Board of Regents, you have the power to save the integrity of the University of Nebraska in a moment when our state faces threats to the values upon which Nebraska was founded. Our state motto is, and I quote, 'Equality before the law.' It was established during the post-Civil War years of the 1860s and relates to the granting of political plus civil rights previously denied to certain Americans, mostly black free men of slaves plus women of whatever racial background. History.nebraska.gov. Your changes to our policies undermine the well-being of members of the university, the state, and contradict who we are." Another one. "Authoritarianism defiles freedom and our ability to live out our lives fully, as Martin Luther King Jr. reminds us. Freedom is never voluntary, given by the oppressor. It must be demanded by the oppressed. When we lose sight of this and no longer decide those in power, we have all lost." These are just a couple examples of several students who will be affected with these changes if they're made. So I urge you to read carefully the postcards that are in file, and I will also be handing these postcards. And thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else to speak on the agenda? There be no other persons wishing to comment, I now declare the opportunity for public comment closed. It is now time to consider the consent agenda. The consent agenda is indicated by its name, is moved and voted on as a group of action items, as opposed to the administrative agenda, which items are considered and discussed individually. With that being said, unless one of my colleagues wish to consider any of the items on the administrative agenda separately, I would invite a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Motion been made and seconded. Roll, please.
Regent Schroeder?
Yes.
Regent Adidam?
Yes.
Regent Thevaraju?
Yes.
Regent Herbin?
Yes.
Regent Schaefer?
Yes.
Regent Shear?
Yes.
Regent Stark?
Yes.
Regent Whites? Yes. Regent Wilmot?
Yes.
Regent Clare?
Yes.
Regent Kenny?
Yes.
Regent O'Connor?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Regent Weiss?
Sorry about that. In my capacity as Chair of the Audit, Risk, and Compliance Committee, our meeting on February 6, 2025, I would ask that the minutes for today's meeting reflect that the Audit Committee carried out all of its responsibilities outlined in paragraph 27 of the Audit Committee Charter.
So noted. Thank you, Regent Weiss. So Academic Affairs and Business and Finance.
Thank you, Regent Kinney. We will start with item 12A1, which seeks your approval to establish the Nebraska Children's Justice and Legal Advocacy Center, administered by the College of Law in partnership with the College of Arts and Sciences at the University of Nebraska, Lincoln. The Nebraska Children's Justice and Legal Advocacy Center will merge and expand the work of the Children's Justice Clinic and the Children's Justice Attorney Education Fellowship programs. The Children's Justice Clinic and the Children's Justice Attorney Education Fellowship programs were created as separate programs in 2017 and 2021, respectively. By merging these programs, the center aims to enhance interdisciplinary collaboration and expand its impact. The resources for this merger are largely in place and are all private funds, and it is expected that the center's highlighted visibility will attract further external funding, driving its mission even further forward. This item was reviewed and recommended by the Academic Affairs Committee, and I recommend it today to you for approval.
Is there a motion to approve 12A1?
So moved.
Second.
And second. Any discussion? Roll, please.
Regent Adidam? Regent Thevaraju?
Yes.
Regent Herbin?
Yes.
Regent Schroeder?
Yes.
Regent Shear?
Yes.
Regent Stark?
Yes.
Regent Whites?
Yes.
Regent Wilmot?
Yes.
Regent Clare?
Yes.
Regent Kenny?
Yes.
Regent O'Connor?
Yes.
Regent Schaefer?
Yes.
So moved. Motion passes.
Thank you. Item 12A2 seeks your approval to establish an undergraduate certificate in irrigation and agricultural water management to be administered by the Department of Biological Systems Engineering in the College of Agricultural Sciences and Natural Resources at UNL. The purpose of this proposed 18-credit-hour irrigation and agricultural water management certificate is to prepare graduates to be wise managers of irrigation, water resources, and agricultural systems using current and future technology. The primary audience is online, non-degree seeking learners, which will be of interest to early and mid-career professionals in local, national, and international markets. This program is very specifically designed to meet workforce needs and does not require additional resources. This item was reviewed and recommended by the Academic Affairs Committee, and I recommend it today to you for your approval.
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any comments?
This is really a fantastic project and fantastic offering. Water is, of course, a primary resource here in the state of Nebraska, and a resource that is very important not only to our state but other states too. And so I think we have the capability of being true experts in this and utilizing our talents for not only our state but the country. So I'm wholeheartedly behind this, and I really will absolutely support it.
Thank you, Regent. Any other comments? Roll.
Regent Thevaraju?
Yes.
Regent Herbin?
Yes.
Regent Schroeder? Regent Adidam?
Yes.
Regent Stark?
Yes.
Regent Whites?
Yes.
Regent Wilmot?
Yes.
Regent Clare?
Yes.
Regent Kenny?
Yes.
Regent O'Connor?
Yes.
Regent Schaefer? Regent Shear?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Item 12A3 seeks your approval to eliminate the undergraduate Bachelor of Arts degree in Geology, administered by the Department of Earth and Atmospheric Sciences in the College of Arts and Sciences at UNL. Students pursuing geology typically prefer to pursue a Bachelor of Science degree rather than a Bachelor of Arts degree. The college, therefore, has recommended offering only one version of the major to avoid any duplication. The option for the Bachelor of Science in Geology will, of course, remain, and the two students who are enrolled in the Bachelor of Arts degree will be allowed to complete their program of study. This item was also reviewed and recommended by the Academic Affairs Committee, and I recommend it to you today for your approval.
Is there a motion to approve 12A3?
So move.
Motion been made. Need a second?
Second.
Any comments? Roll, please.
Regent Herbin?
Yes.
Regent Schroeder? Yes. Regent Adidam? Regent Thevaraju?
Yes.
Regent Whites?
Yes.
Regent Wilmot?
Yes.
Regent Clare?
Yes.
Regent Kenny?
Yes.
Regent O'Connor?
Yes.
Regent Schaefer?
Yes.
Regent Shear?
Yes.
Regent Stark?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Item 12A4 seeks your approval today to establish a graduate certificate known as Emergency Nurse Practitioner to be administered by the College of Nursing at UNMC. This program will help address the critical shortage of emergency care providers in Nebraska, specifically in underserved areas. This graduate certificate is designed to provide nurse practitioners who work in emergency care settings with the knowledge and the skills to deliver safe and competent care. It's designed to provide the required experiential learning in both urban and in rural settings to provide a broader range of knowledge and experience for our future nurse practitioners. The program proposed is a 16 credit hour online and in-person hybrid program where students will complete didactic, clinical, and practicum courses. The certificate meets recommended competencies for emergency department nurse practitioners and, of note, is the first such program in Nebraska. The students will, of course, all complete the didactic, clinical, and practicum courses. This item was reviewed and recommended by the Academic Affairs Committee, and I enthusiastically recommend it to you today for your approval.
Is there a motion to approve 12A4?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Any comments? Kelly?
As President Gold pointed out, emergency critical hospitals emergency rooms face a dire need for practitioners. And what we know is that we have people in those communities already, family nurse practitioners, who actually work in those settings but have no training. And so this is a great opportunity to bring an urgently, critically needed service to rural critical hospitals and allow those hospitals, many of them who often have challenges meeting their staffing needs, to have this critical need met. I also want to point out that this particular program was funded by the Women Investing in Nebraska, so I want to just give them a public acknowledgement for their support of helping us set this program. So thank you, and obviously we strongly support this program being approved today.
Thank you, Chancellor. Any other questions? Yes?
Deli, maybe you can answer this. The hope is that this is going to be for the rural communities. How are we utilizing admissions or quantifying quality that those people that are enrolled and taking that are going to end up in the highest need areas? I mean, you can't force them, you can't put handcuffs on them, I get that, but a lot of times we have programs that are designed for certain areas, but the graduates don't end up going into that area of the state, and I just, it's very critical.
I actually have to say that the faculty member who initiated this and who made it happen was from the Scottsbluff campus. So she's one of our star nursing faculty out there who, along with the dean, saw the need and initiated, obviously, with conversation with all the critical care hospitals. So a lot of these are going to be people who are already working in those communities, who are already, family nurse practitioners, who then go back and get this training. So they're people who are already in those communities. So we're not going to start this program for a new nurse entering the profession. These will be family nurse practitioners who are already there, but don't have those skills yet. And so this will just allow them to get the skills that they need. There is a national accrediting body, and they have to meet those standards. And obviously, there's a very rigorous curriculum that they'd have to go through, and they'll be well supported by our faculty and several emergency, even physicians will be there to support them. So the way it's set up, we're very confident that this will be something that the rural hospitals will benefit from.
Okay, thank you.
Question then, is some of the training then going to be like online accessible for individuals that are already out there in that rural area?
Correct. So this would be a combination of online and in-person didactic training. So a lot of the core courses will be given online, but then obviously they have to get the practicum locally. So they'll be able to get that training, all of them, local to where they are right now and make it accessible. We know that if you look at our county experience right now, 85% of our trainees who train in county stay in rural Nebraska. So by having these programs close to home, we're pretty confident that those practitioners will end, and they're people from those communities anyway who are going into these programs. So we're pretty confident that they will stay based on our history.
I just want to voice my support for this. In addition to closing the gap between in access to healthcare in rural areas, this is also a great opportunity for our nursing students.
Anyone else? Roll, please.
Regent Schroeder,
Yes.
Regent Adidam,
Yes.
Regent Thaberaju,
Yes.
Regent Herbin,
Yes.
Regent Wilmot,
Yes.
Regent Clare,
Yes.
Regent Kenny,
Yes.
Regent O'Connor,
Yes.
Regent Schaefer,
Yes.
Regent Shear,
Yes.
Regent Stark,
Yes.
Regent Whites.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Moving on to business and finance.
Thank you, Regent Kinney. Item 12B1 seeks your approval today of amendments to the collective bargaining agreement between the Board of Regents and the University of Nebraska at Kearney Education Association for the 2025 through 2027 biennium. The amendments to the collective bargaining agreement were made pursuant to the Nebraska Revised Statutes, Section 81-1369 through 81-1388. The key elements of the amendments involve the distribution of salary increases to eligible faculty under Sections 2 and 3 of Article 7 of the collective bargaining agreement in an amount equal to 4% of the aggregate faculty base salary for the first year and 3% in the second year of the contract for the 2025 through 2027 biennium. Additionally, minor non-substantive adjustments or corrections may be made in the final document prior to printing. This item was reviewed and recommended by the Business and Finance Committee, and I recommend it to you today for your approval.
Is there a motion to approve 12B1?
So move.
Motion's been made. Need a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just thought it is of note, because we talked about the legislature and its funding, and although I'm appreciative of the funding we received, and even if we had received the full funding of the 2.5% or whatever it was that we were trying to get, when your salaries go up 4%, when your insurance is going up much more than that, anything that's involved with maintenance has gone up way more than 4%. It's hard to rationalize how we even can stay even with the board and not go backwards financially with that type of influx of funding. And it's always a concern of mine to put the burden back on students and their families by raising tuition. But this is just one example of what we're going to be looking at for the next year, and having to try to close that gap partially in order to facilitate the university being able just to maintain itself. So I didn't want, I'm not being critical of anybody, but I'm just making note that this is life, and we can't expect things that go on to have no additional effects or consequences of how we move forward in the future.
Thank you, Regent. Anyone else? Roll, please.
Regent Adidam?
Yes.
Regent Thevaraju?
Yes.
Regent Herbin?
Yes.
Regent Schroeder?
Yes.
Regent Clare?
Yes.
Regent Kenny?
Yes.
Regent O'Connor?
Yes.
Regent Schaefer?
Yes.
Regent Shear?
Yes.
Regent Stark?
Yes.
Regent Whites?
Yes.
Regent Wilmot?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Item 12B2 seeks your approval of a change order and authorizing the execution of a standard form construction agreement for Husker Vision, which will enable work as part of the Memorial Stadium Improvements Project. During planning for the Husker Vision Enabling Work Project, it has been determined beneficial to execute a change order to the original agreement with the Keywood Corporation, including emergency power compliance, generator load management, and a specialized HVAC upgrade for broadcast equipment. There are currently uncommitted funds available in contingency and general construction budget lines previously approved by this board. Therefore, there will be no budget increase from this change. This item was reviewed and recommended by the Business and Finance Committee, and I recommend it to you today for your approval.
Is there a motion to approve 12B2?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Any comments?
I have a comment, Regent Kinney. I was fortunate to be working with the Husker program 30 years ago when Husker Vision was founded. And I have a full disclosure, some bias, because my daughter spent 5 years in Husker Vision and got her master's degree. I visited the program 6 months ago, and I was shocked at a couple things. One, I was blown away at how small the space was and what they've been able to do, particularly going forward with branding and marketing. We have our athletic director here, but the second thing, so they need more space. The second thing I was blown away was they have 50 students in the program. They're benefiting from online experience, and there's not many programs in the university that have that kind of ratio. We have more in certain departments, but that ratio. So I was impressed with that, and I'm very supportive of this program, and it's long overdue. Thank you.
Regent?
I think, I'm burning time here, I apologize, but I think it also should be noted, I just talked about the costs and educational, but when these things come in front of us, they are dollars, but they are being covered by the athletic department and its budget. This is not coming out of tuition or any other governmental subsidies, either from the legislature or federal government. These are funds that have either been donated or raised exclusively by the athletic department. And so I don't want people to assume, well, we're talking out of both sides of our mouth, because we're not. We have separate entities, and talking to other people in other parts of the nation, especially other facilities, how fortunate, lucky we are that we have a program as well maintained as our athletic department has been and is now, and the philanthropic and those that are benefactors to that system, because we certainly would not have the facilities or the entertainment value that we have going forward on any of the campuses without that. So I just wanted to make sure that people are not thinking that we're robbing Peter to pay Paul here. These funds were brought to the table by the athletic department to enhance and rectify problems within their own system.
Any other comments? Roy, do you have anything you want to add? Roll, please.
Regent Herbin?
Yes.
Regent Schroeder?
Yes.
Regent Adidam?
Yes.
Regent Thevaraju?
Yes.
Regent O'Connor?
Yes.
Regent Schaefer?
Yes.
Regent Shear?
Yes.
Regent Stark?
Yes.
Regent Whites?
Yes.
Regent Wilmot?
Yes.
Regent Clare? Regent Kenny?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Item 12B3 seeks your approval of the naming of the John Cook Arena at the Bob Devaney Sports Center. The purpose of this naming, of course, is in recognition of the legendary University of Nebraska volleyball coach, John Cook. As part of the naming, a bronze statue of Coach Cook will be included outside of the Bob Devaney Sports Center, as well as updated signage and naming inside of the arena with an estimated cost of $400,000 and consistent with previous remarks, all of which will be donor funded. This item was also reviewed and recommended by the Business and Finance Committee, and I very enthusiastically recommend it to you for your approval today.
Is there a motion to approve 12B3?
I'll move.
Second? Motion made and second. Any discussion? Jim?
God, I'm carrying the water today. Just wanted to note, this was not a reaction to the Coach Cook's retirement. This had been in the planning stages for well over 6 months, and I don't want the public, we were trying to acknowledge his service, and then he decided to pull the chain, but although it worked out well, we certainly had anticipated providing this honor, even though he would have been the existing coach. So I didn't want people to think, oh, well, of course, we're doing it reactively. This just is a slow boat that finally docked.
Thank you. Any other comments? Roll, please.
Regent Herbin?
Yes.
Regent Schroeder?
Yes.
Regent Adidam?
Yes.
Regent Thevaraju?
Yes.
Regent O'Connor? Regent Schaefer?
Yes.
Regent Shear?
Yes.
Regent Stark?
Yes.
Regent Whites?
Yes.
Regent Wilmot?
Yes.
Regent Clare?
Yes.
Regent Kenny?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Item 12B4 seeks your approval on a change order and authorization of execution of a standard form construction agreement for the outdoor track replacement at UNL. It has been determined to be beneficial to execute the change order to the original contract with Hausman Construction Incorporated to address operational, functional, and programmatic needs that include increased seating capacity, food service, and concession space, an enhanced sound system integration, electrical connectivity to video boards, key card access, and Wi-Fi access for spectators and team needs. There are uncommitted funds available in contingency and general construction budget lines previously approved by this board, and therefore no budget increase is being requested. This item was also reviewed and recommended by the Business and Finance Committee, and I recommend it to you today for your approval.
Is there a motion to approve 12B4?
So move.
Second?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll, please.
Regent Schroeder?
Yes.
Regent Adidam?
Yes.
Regent Thevaraju?
Yes.
Regent Herbin?
Yes.
Regent Schaefer?
Yes.
Regent Shear?
Yes.
Regent Stark?
Yes.
Regent Whites?
Yes.
Regent Wilmot?
Yes.
Regent Clare?
Yes.
Regent Kenny?
Yes.
Regent O'Connor?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Item 12B5 seeks your approval for a budget increase for the UNL LB 384 Pershing Military and Naval Sciences Building renovation project on the UNL campus. During construction, unforeseen building conditions were encountered, depleting the contingency budget more rapidly than anticipated. The removal of hazardous ceiling materials revealed deteriorated vertical ductwork that was embedded in concrete block walls at 21 different locations. The duct seams were separated, improperly supported, and unsuitable for the new HVAC system, necessitating replacement. Electrical branch power systems were found to be non-code compliance with missing ground wires, shared neutrals, conduit fill issues, and deteriorating cloth-wrapped wiring, all requiring immediate replacement. Hazardous ceiling removal and replacement at 3 different stairwells initiated an alternative bid consideration that was excluded due to budget constraints, but became necessary as materials were found compromised and falling to the floor. These necessary changes will require a budget increase of $685,300, or a 6% of the budget previously approved by the board. The funds used for such increase will all come from the existing UNL LB 384 funds. This item was also reviewed and recommended by the Business and Finance Committee, and I do recommend it to you for your approval today.
Is there a motion to approve 12B5?
So move.
Second?
Second.
Motion been made and second. Any discussion?
Second.
Roll, please.
Regent Adidam,
Yes.
Regent Thevaraju, Regent Herbin,
Yes.
Regent Schroeder,
Yes.
Regent Shear,
Yes.
Regent Stark,
Yes.
Regent Whites,
Yes.
Regent Wilmot,
Yes.
Regent Clare,
Yes.
Regent Kenny,
Yes.
Regent O'Connor,
Yes.
Regent Schaefer.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Item 12B6 seeks your approval to ratify amendments 2, 3, and 4 and approved a proposed change order to the Westbrook Music Building LB 384 replacement project. Since the execution of the GMP Amendment Number 4, this current change order brings the total of such changes to $1,300,000. This change order is a result of the 10th Street construction work, which provides a larger pedestrian sidewalk, creating a buffer zone between the building and traffic, and includes IT and audiovisual requirements added after this design change. The additional funds will all come out of the construction and non-construction contingency budgets, and therefore will have no budget increase to that previously approved number by the Board of Regents. This item was reviewed and recommended by the Business and Finance Committee, and I too recommend it to you for your approval.
Is there a motion to approve 12B6?
So move.
Motion's been made. We need a second.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, roll, please.
Regent Thevaraju,
Yes.
Regent Herbin,
Yes.
Regent Schroeder,
Yes.
Regent Adidam,
Yes.
Regent Stark,
Yes.
Regent Whites,
Yes.
Regent Wilmot,
Yes.
Regent Clare,
Yes.
Regent Kenny,
Yes.
Regent O'Connor, Regent Schaefer,
Yes.
Regent Shear.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Items 12B7 and 12B8 seek your approval of the Intermediate Design Report Number 1 to authorize additional budget of $69 million for the enabling work for Project Health and approval of the Integrated Project Delivery Agreement for Project Health at UNMC. It is currently anticipated that there will be a total of 4 IDR submissions for this large project. The IDR provides approval for demolition and relocation of utilities on site to install the necessary stormwater and drainage systems, further site excavation and pre-construction work for the heavy building components such as elevator shafts and others. The Integrated Project Delivery Agreement requested for approval represents the formal contract between the owner, architect, and the contractor. This agreement is built upon and intended to supersede the tri-party interim agreement previously approved by the Board of Regents that was executed on January 2nd, 2024, and shall be inclusive of all amendments thereto. Project Health remains within the program statement budget allocation of $2.191 billion and remains on schedule. These items were carefully reviewed and recommended by the Business and Finance Committee, and I very enthusiastically recommend them to you today for your approval.
Is there a motion to approve both items, 12B7 and 12B8?
So move.
Motion's been made. Need a second.
Second.
Any discussion?
Again, Regent Kinney, thank you for considering this item. Project Next, as you know, is an important and historic project, not just for UNMC, but for the state of Nebraska. It will be the largest public-private partnership in the history of the state. But more importantly, it's a project that's going to transform how we provide healthcare education, clinical trial opportunities for all patients who come through that facility, but also innovation in patient care. So those of you on the Health Affairs Committee heard yesterday, more than 30, almost 40% of all the spaces in this building will be dedicated towards education and towards clinical research and also opportunity for patients to participate in clinical trials. The biggest impediment to training healthcare providers in the state is really having a place where they can get the clinical experiences. This site will enable that to occur, and it's going to be for all the state of Nebraska, because even as we have students being trained at the impressive Kearney campus, those students who need to have specialized quaternary training, for example, in neurosurgery, or maybe in a specific form of cardiac surgery, still need to come back, and they're going to be our students, so we're going to take them back there and get their training there. And also the number of students who rotate through this facility will be able to grow exponentially, and there's always more students who need to be getting clinical sites than we currently have available. Just want to also talk about the importance of the clinical trials, and I mentioned this yesterday. Any patient who gets enrolled in a clinical trial gets the opportunity to have access to drugs and other things that are not available to current patients. The monitoring is more intense, and the evidence shows that they do better. And so our goal really should be that every single patient has an opportunity to be in a clinical trial and give them access to cutting-edge opportunities. If you take a look, for example, at leukemia, before patients were getting into clinical trials, the survival rate was less than 5%. Today's survival rate is more than 95% for childhood leukemia, mainly because of opportunities for all those kids to be enrolled in clinical trials. So this is an incredible opportunity for us, not just to lead the nation, but also transform how training and opportunities for our patients in Nebraska are influenced heavily by having this facility, and of course, also help to replace an aging facility. So thank you for considering this, I think, monumental stage and step towards completing Project Health.
Thank you, Chancellor. Anyone else?
I just wanted to voice my wholehearted support for this. As many of you may know, I've been supporting this at every stage that it's come up, and I'd like to say that students are still very thrilled about this project. We are excited to have an updated building that's made for us with wide hallways. I can tell you that talks are going on in which they are thinking about every little part of the student experience. So this project has really shown a strong commitment to students, and we are looking forward to all the different student-centered spaces that we are going to find in this.
Anyone else?
Regent Herbin?
Yes.
Regent Schroeder?
Yes.
Regent Adidam?
Yes.
Regent Thevaraju?
Yes.
Regent Whites?
Yes.
Regent Wilmot?
Yes.
Regent Clare?
Yes.
Regent Kenny?
Yes.
Regent O'Connor?
Yes.
Regent Schaefer is abstaining. Regent Shear?
Yes.
Regent Stark?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Item 12B9 excuse me, seeks your approval on a change order and authorization of execution of a standard form construction agreement for the core building project. UNMC administration, with recommendation from the FMP staff, has determined to enhance the mechanical and electrical systems for 2 floors of the facility to accommodate increased, quote, wet lab research functional requirements, unquote. The funding for the increased laboratory capacity is provided within the project budget approved by this board. Therefore, no increase in the cost. This item was reviewed and recommended by the Business and Finance Committee, and I recommend it to you for your approval today.
Is there a motion for approval?
Motion approved.
Second?
Second.
Any discussion?
I would just like to comment that credits to Dr. Gold and Chancellor Davies. The whole Project Health and Next is the most exciting thing in the 50, 60 years of the medical school. I started there 50 years ago, and to recreate and rebuild the whole medical center is astounding. And raising the money, Dr. Gold, and the time you've spent on this is unprecedented. So a big thank you to we have 1.5 million patient visits a year. We're taking care of a lot of people. So congratulations, we thank you, and I'm supportive of this program, and Project Core particularly too.
Anyone else? Roll, please.
Regent Schroeder,
Yes.
Regent Adidam,
Yes.
Regent Thevaraju,
Yes.
Regent Herbin,
Yes.
Regent Wilmot, Regent Clare,
Yes.
Regent Kenny,
Yes.
Regent O'Connor, Regent Schaefer, Regent Shear,
Yes.
Regent Stark,
Yes.
Regent Whites.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Item 12B10 seeks your approval of the amendments to the collective bargaining agreement between the Board of Regents and the UNO, American Association of University Professors, for the 2025 through 2027 biennium. The amendments to the collective bargaining agreement were made pursuant to the Nebraska Revised Statutes Section 81-1369 through 81-1388. The key economic element of the amendments involves the distribution of salary increases to eligible unit members under Article 4 of the collective bargaining agreement in an amount equal to 4.9% of the aggregate faculty base salary in the first year and 4.8% in the second year of the contract for the 2025 through 2027 biennium. Additionally, minor non-substantive adjustments or corrections may be made in the final document prior to its printing. This item was also reviewed and recommended by the Business and Finance Committee, and I recommend it to you today for your approval.
Is there a motion to approve 12B10?
So move.
Second?
Second.
Motion's been made and second. Any further discussions? Roll call, please.
Regent Adidam,
Yes.
Regent Herbin,
Yes.
Regent Schroeder,
Yes.
Regent Clare,
Yes.
Regent Kenny,
Yes.
Regent O'Connor,
Yes.
Regent Schaefer,
Yes.
Regent Shear,
Yes.
Regent Stark,
Yes.
Regent Whites,
Yes.
Regent Wilmot. Motion passes.
Thank you. Item 12B11 seeks your approval of the UNO program statement and budget for the Biomechanics Research Building Phase 3 addition. The vision of the Division of Biomechanics and Research Development is to advance research and scholarships at the University of Nebraska at Omaha. The division will establish a global reputation as an outstanding academic environment that shapes the future of healthcare by solving complex biomedical problems and improving quality of life through the development of new diagnostic and treatment strategies. This project will provide approximately 20,000 square feet, 3-level addition, which will connect to and expand the existing biomechanics research building. It will include laboratories, instructional space, offices, graduate student space, and collaboration space for students and researchers. The budget for the Biomechanics Research Building Phase 3 is $17,100,000, which will be funded by a single private donation. We, of course, express our profound gratitude to the private foundation that has made this possible, and we're probably going to have to wait until the groundbreaking to figure out who that may be. This item was reviewed and recommended by the Business and Finance Committee, and I too enthusiastically recommend it to you today for your approval.
Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Any discussion? Roll, please.
Regent Thevaraju?
Yes.
Regent Herbin?
Yes.
Regent Schroeder?
Yes.
Regent Adidam? Regent Kenny?
Yes.
Regent O'Connor?
Yes.
Regent Schaefer?
Yes.
Regent Shear?
Yes.
Regent Stark?
Yes.
Regent Whites?
Yes.
Regent Wilmot? Regent Clare?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Item 12B12 seeks your approval on the scope and budget change for the UNO LB 384 electrical switch relocation project. This is a deferred maintenance infrastructure project needed due to recurrent failure of technology resulting in campus power outages. The need for new equipment and price escalation of electrical switchgear and medium voltage cable has increased the cost of the project. The agenda item requests approval for a capital construction increase of $2 million, making the budget a total of $6,900,000. These funds will all come from the previously distributed UNO LB 384 funds. This item was also carefully reviewed and recommended by the Business and Finance Committee. As long as we want to keep the lights on here, I recommend it to you for your approval.
So moved.
So we need a motion.
Second.
Any further discussion? Roll, please.
Regent Herbin?
Yes.
Regent Schroeder?
Yes.
Regent Adidam?
Yes.
Regent Thevaraju?
Yes.
Regent O'Connor?
Yes.
Regent Schaefer?
Yes.
Regent Shear? Regent Stark?
Yes.
Regent Whites?
Yes.
Regent Wilmot?
Yes.
Regent Clare?
Yes.
Regent Kenny? Motion passes.
Thank you, Regent Kenny. It is now my pleasure to turn it over to you for a discussion of item 12C1.
Thank you. Executive Committee. Item 12C1 seeks your approval of proposed updates in Section 1.1 of the bylaws of the Board of Regents, University of Nebraska. The updates on Section 1.1 provide clarification of the current administrative structure of the University of Nebraska system, consistent with the current system structure. These proposed bylaw changes were provided for information only at the February 7th meeting, 2025 meeting of the board. Is there a motion to approve 12C1?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion been made and second. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll please.
Regent Schroeder?
Yes.
Regent Adidam? Regent Thevaraju?
Yes.
Regent Herbin?
Yes.
Regent Schaefer?
Yes.
Regent Shear?
Yes.
Regent Stark?
Yes.
Regent Whites?
Yes.
Regent Wilmot? Regent Clare?
Yes.
Regent Kenny?
Yes.
Regent O'Connor?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Item 12C2 seeks your approval for proposed amendments to Section 3.0 of the bylaws of the Board of Regents of the University of Nebraska. The updates in Section 3.0 provide changes to remain consistent with the current university procedures, the state constitution, and the federal laws and mandates. The proposed bylaw changes were provided for information only at the February 25th meeting, 2025, special meeting of the board. Is there a motion to approve 12C2?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Liz?
I just want to clarify, this is the one on the equal opportunity language, correct? I'm going to vote no on this resolution. This decision has weighed heavily on me for a little while. We've been put in a difficult position if the university doesn't change its policies and remove support of DEI. Unfortunately, the executive order and the Dear Colleague letter did not specifically define what DEI was, creating confusion and uncertainty and creating an unknown impact. DEI supports several types of students, not only racial minorities, but also those who have limited economic resources, resources for those who have physical impairments or neurodiversity challenges, women, first-generation students, non-traditional students, and veterans. The practices targeted are often research-based practices with decades of education research that indicates numerous benefits to individuals, community, and society. I want NU to be a true marketplace of ideas. DEI initiatives help colleges and universities recruit more diverse students. There is strong empirical evidence to suggest that students learn better when they have diverse peers. It increases the performance and retention of all students, not just those involved in DEI initiatives, in a variety of disciplines, including science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, as well as medical sciences. While today is just one piece of unraveling support for students and research supported by DEI, I believe that it is just the beginning and it will be hard to reverse the damage done in the future. Thank you, Chair.
I want to say I definitely recognize the gravity of the vote on this item and on item 12C4 to ensure compliance with federal and state laws, but I cannot in good conscience vote yes on these changes. When I ran for the position, I made a promise to the University of Nebraska-Lincoln that I would be the voice for the students and those who support them, faculty and staff. I'm aware of the underrepresentation of marginalized communities on my campus and on all campuses. And I want my campus and this system to be welcoming to all students, not just those who have historically been able to attend college. And furthermore, I want all campuses to be truly welcoming to all Nebraskans. While I understand that these are language changes, it is important that we recognize the way that our language affects students, faculty, staff, and stakeholders in the NU system. Language inspires action, and this is where my concern stems from.
Any other comments?
Kind of echoing that, I also ran on supporting all students when I ran for student body president. And through that, I have noticed that there have been a lot of students impacted by the closure of various offices surrounding the EIA on our campus. And I have noticed that there has been a culture shift because of these changes. Yes, this is language, but language is the first step to creating more action that could potentially have negative consequences for students. And I personally don't think UNO students would want that. And I would be voting no for this.
I am voting no today because I am first a representative to my constituents. You've heard this a couple times now. And I do not feel that the majority of my constituents support this bylaw change. I can understand the fears. I know that this seems minor compared to the possibility of losing funding, but I needed to show on a public stage that though this is likely to pass, the majority of UNMC students do not want this. The Regents just today have seen a folder chock full of letters and cards against this bylaw change. We have a difficult decision to make, but given the unclear, and it seems to be intentionally unclear guidance, this step is starting to feel like overcompliance, especially after we have already made so many DEI-related changes to appease the current administration. I also feel that in 50 years, we will look back and wonder why we didn't protest at all as our hand was being forced. So with my more symbolic vote, I will be voting no.
Jim?
I can appreciate the students' comments, and I don't necessarily disagree with the comments, or Liz for that matter. But my concern is that I don't know to the extent the damage we could do by not passing them. And I'm not going to be I don't want to cause a financial problem that is much greater than the verbiage problem that we're talking about. For all I know, by not doing this, we may lose Pell funding grants. The same students that we're talking about being recognized and feeling inclusive or important and helpful, without those Pell grants, wouldn't be here. And I'm not going to be cavalier enough to say I'm going to take a stand symbolically, because when those people, those students don't get their Pell grants and their funding, they're no longer students. And I think the education of those students outweighs the value of this symbolic vote to withstand the pressures put on us. I'm here to represent the state of Nebraska, and that includes the students as well as the rest of the residents. And I, in good faith, in order to fulfill my duties, feel that I have to support this in order to maintain a university system for all those same students that have been brought up.
Liz?
Sorry,
That's
Regent
okay.
Wilmot, this will be short, I promise. I fully recognize the points that Regent Scheer is bringing up, and that's something that I grappled with. I told you at the beginning that this was not an easy vote for me, although I do recognize that it's going to pass. I disagree with his characterization of my vote as cavalier. I think that's a little rude, but we can talk about that after.
I said I'm not going to be cavalier.
Okay. But I do want to point out that it was shared with us by one of our speakers earlier that there is a university that did comply with requests to change their policy, and they still lost funding. So I think everyone has to be up here and vote their conscience, but I wanted to clarify that my vote was not cavalier, and while it may be symbolic since I'm in the minority, this is something that I have thought a lot about, and I do care a lot about students receiving their Pell Grants, and I think that reasonable minds can have different votes here. So thank you, Regent Scheer. We'll talk after.
I simply wanted to say that I certainly, I guess, echo Regent Scheer's comments in the fact that I think my overarching responsibility is to do all I can to make sure that we continue to have educational opportunities for the students of Nebraska. And so therefore, I do support the change.
Anyone else?
I have a question for clarity. So the agenda item currently at hand, this was stripping language with specifically affirmative action, is that correct? And
Yes.
it's my understanding that affirmative action is unconstitutional as of 2008. So have we just not been in compliance since 2008?
I'm going to defer to our general counsel.
So affirmative action in and of itself is not unconstitutional. So we have been in compliance. The constitutional amendment you're talking about, simply we can't discriminate based on a variety of factors under the Nebraska Constitution. Affirmative action in and of itself is not discriminatory in nature. This has been prompted by a recent executive order in which the current federal administration has both stated that affirmative action is no longer required in federal contracts, and in fact, federal contractors cannot engage in affirmative action, which is slightly different than discrimination.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Roll, please.
Regent Adidam?
No.
Regent Thevaraju?
No.
Regent Herbin?
No.
Regent Schroeder?
Abstain.
Regent Scheer?
Yes.
Regent Stark?
Yes.
Regent Whites?
No.
Regent Wilmot?
Yes.
Regent Clare?
Yes.
Regent Kenny?
Yes.
Regent O'Connor?
No.
Regent Schaefer?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Item 12C3 seeks your approval to amend sections 3.4.3.4. That's a good one. Bylaws of the Board of Regents, University of Nebraska, as well as University of Nebraska Board of Regents, policy 3.3.13. The proposed amendments to each of 3.4.3.4 and 3.3.13 amend the previous maternal and paternal leave policy to create a parental leave policy that should be contained within our Regents policy 3.3.13. Both are proposed bylaw changes, and the Regents policy changes were provided for information only at the February 7th, 2025 meeting of the board. Is there a motion to approve 12.C3?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, roll please.
Regent Thevaraju?
Yes.
Regent Herbin?
Yes.
Regent Schroeder?
Yes.
Regent Adidam?
Yes.
Regent Stark,
Yes.
Regent Whites,
Yes.
Regent Wilmot,
Yes.
Regent Clare,
Yes.
Regent Kenny,
Yes.
Regent O'Connor,
Yes.
Regent Schaefer,
Yes.
Regent Shear.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Item 12C4 seeks your approval to amend Regents Policy 3.1.3, 5.2.1, 5.7.4, and 5.8.4. Regents Policy 3.1.3 concerns equal opportunity in employment and makes changes to assure that the university and all administrative units will provide best practices in hiring, advancement, training, and recruitment decisions for employment. These changes enhance the university's mission to recruit, hire, and retain the best and the brightest without providing preferential treatment to any individuals. Regents Policy 5.2.1 concerns admission standards and provides updated to confirm continued adherence to university mission and our continued academic purpose and promise. Regents Policy 5.7.4 concerns setting tuition levels and making one change to reference Policy 5.2.1, which concerns admitting students with special merit, taking into account that those students with special merit may require additional tuition considerations. Regents Policy 5.8.4 concerns non-resident tuition remission children of alumni of the University of Nebraska and makes certain changes to assure that while the children of alumni are being recruited to continue enhanced university without preferential treatment for any specific individuals or groups. Both proposed bylaw changes and Regents policy changes were provided for information at the February 25th, 2025 special meeting of the board. Is there a motion to approve item 12.C.4?
So move.
Second.
Motion's been made. How about a second?
I
Any
would-
discussion?
I'm not gonna sit here forever.
I would like to offer an amendment to the motion, and that would be for the inclusion in 3.1.3 that we would insert a requirement for mandatory annual training to all personnel, along with distribution of pertinent information.
Need a second for that change.
Second.
Any discussion on that change?
Could I hear that again, please? I'm sorry.
Yes. It would simply insert into 3.1.3 the requirement for mandatory annual training to all personnel and distribution of pertinent information.
Jeff?
If I may just speak to that secondary amendment, I speak to support the concept of training as we make any changes to Board of Regents bylaws, policy, standing rules, and others, the opportunity to be sure that our faculty and staff and students are aware and that they are as compliant as possible with these changes is very important. For whatever reason, the bylaws, policies, et cetera, are changed. And therefore, with permission of the board, I will work with our legal team to create the language for this amendment to this proposed change.
Well, my concern, I'm not generally opposed to the amendment as I understand it. However, I don't know that it's been fully vetted throughout our entire campus, the revisions. Yes, you did send it out, and we did have an opportunity to look at it, but I mean, we've got 50,000 students, and we've got 16,000 faculty and staff, and we've got four campuses and some subsidiary campuses, and I just don't want to have an unintended consequence. I don't know what that is, but I think it needs to be looked at first by legal and then run through the different campuses, as I mentioned in my email back to everybody. I think that needs to happen before we can go ahead and make a change that voluminous, even though it's just a few words. I think that I don't want to have an unintended consequence from as a result of this change.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but we would have to vote on accepting the amendment.
Yes, that's correct.
Any other comments on the amendment? Jim?
If there's a concern in regards to the long-term viability of the amendment, perhaps the simplest solution would be just to simply table it until the June meeting to make sure that it's fully vetted by those that be impacted. If so, then that would be my motion to table it until the June meeting.
I think we have to vote on the motion that was made and seconded first. Is that correct?
No.
No, not
You
on
would
the
vote on
table.
the table, and the table would be the consequential motion.
So I would second that motion.
I have a question. Wasn't there some issue of timeliness based on some of these bylaw changes? Wasn't there a ticking clock where we had to bring these bylaw changes forward by a certain date per?
So, and maybe I'm perhaps lost the thread a little bit. Are we moving to table the amendment, or Regent Wilmot's amendment, or the entire proposed amendment?
My recollection is it's the amendment to the policy.
You have a motion for the change. You have a motion to amend the change, and now I have a motion to table those items until June.
Both items, correct? That's what I thought.
So I will just say there is some urgency. We have an executive order that directly addresses affirmative action and essentially states that as a federal contractor, we're not to engage in that. The current policy, on the other hand, requires us to have an affirmative action plan. And so if we table it, we are, I think, in danger of being out of compliance with the current executive order.
Can I ask for clarification? My understanding was there was a 90-day limit on the letter. Am I inaccurate in that?
We had 90 days to comply.
Okay, so we still have some time.
Well, no, because the next opportunity to change, absent a special meeting, would be June, and that puts us outside of the 90 days.
So my understanding is we're simply voting to table the amendment, not the change.
No.
No, Robert's Rules of Order says that this item was up for discussion. There was an amendment, we call them it would be a friendly amendment to that language, and there was a motion and a second discussion on the friendly amendment. That's what we're voting on. I understand, as far as Robert's Rules of Orders go, that would be what we vote on. Are we going to accept your friendly amendment? If the answer is yes, then we move forward with revised language. If the answer is no, we go back to the original C, what, 4?
But how about his motion?
Well,
Top of that.
we got to vote on
That one first.
that. She needs to, if she's willing to accept his motion to the revised motion, then we can proceed and vote that way. So his motion was to put both items table until our next June meeting. So if she's willing to accept that, then we vote on that motion. And if I understand what you're saying, we will be out of compliance with what the executive order was calling for, correct?
We would certainly be at risk for that, yes.
Point of information, was your motion to table them both?
Yes.
Clarification. On the timeline, my understanding was that as long as we were showing good faith movement, which we're changing several other policies and bylaws at this time, does that not show progress in compliance?
Those are all good factors. I wouldn't be able to speculate what an investigating agency might consider good faith progress or not.
So my understanding is that we're voting on the motion to table. Amend.
Both items.
Huh? Both items. Everyone clear on that?
Yes, but I'd like to ask one other thing. Do you see some long-term, I guess what Regent Claire spoke to, I don't know, some long-term, I don't know how he phrased it, fiscal impact or whatever, by simply asking for training to be done with all personnel?
Yes. So I don't know about a fiscal impact. There's certainly a little bit of work that has to be done. What's the training look like? How long does it last? What's the platform? How are we going to ensure compliance? How are we going to enforce it? So there are certainly some logistical issues to work out that would be a challenge.
How do we handle those kind of requirements on other issues now with staff? I mean, is it that difficult? I mean, it could be a one-page handout on our webpage or whatever that says, these are the new, I mean, everything's changing. We've all said that today. And I think it's highly important to make sure that our personnel know what the changes are, what's expected of them. And I don't think it all has to be drawn out in the wording of our policy, but I certainly think supervisory staff, your human resources, your equal employment individuals definitely need to know what those requirements are and know how to verbalize that to staff. I mean, I see this as a highly legal implication area here.
Yeah, I would agree. Training's extremely important. The question was, what do we have to do to roll it out? And I don't know that, but it's, we have other training requirements that we, have platforms for that were developed over time and, have various audiences. So it's not an insurmountable obstacle for sure.
So my understanding is that you would have to accept the friendly amendment that Jim made. If that's the case, then we vote on that. If not, then we vote on your amendment first. Is that correct?
It would be my understanding, and I think would be functionally correct, you have a motion to pass a change as presented. You then had a motion to change that. And you now have, so that would be before voting on the first motion. You now have a motion to table the change and that. So the motion that you would be voting on is to table both the suggested amendment and the original change.
And then if that should not pass, then it rolls back, I believe, to the amendment and then back to the original motion.
That would be correct.
That's exactly right. Got it.
I call the question.
Roll call.
Yeah, so point of clarification. What we are voting on is Regents Policy 3.1.3 with the original change as well as Regent Wilmot's amendment.
We're voting on the motion to table.
We're voting on the motion to table both the amendment as well as 3.1.3.
Correct.
Correct.
Okay.
A yes vote would be to table.
Correct.
To table both Regents Policy 3.1.3 as well as the amendment offered, just for clarity. Okay. Regent Herbin.
No.
Regent Schroeder.
Yes.
Regent Adidam.
No.
Regent Thevaraju.
Yes.
Regent Whites.
Yes.
Regent Wilmot.
Yes.
Regent Claire. Regent Kenny.
No.
Regent O'Connor.
No.
Regent Schaefer.
No.
Regent Shear.
Yes.
Regent Stark.
No.
Motion fails.
Okay, now we go back to the original.
To the amendment.
To the
Amendment.
amendment.
Okay, then back to Kathy's amendment. Any further discussion on that? Roll.
Regent Schroeder,
No.
Regent Adidam,
No.
Regent Thevaraju,
No.
Regent Herbin,
No.
Regent Wilmot,
Yes.
Regent Clare,
No.
Regent Kenny,
No.
Regent O'Connor,
No.
Regent Schaefer,
Yes.
Regent Shear,
Yes.
Regent Stark,
No.
Regent Whites.
No.
Motion fails.
Now we're on the one that I read, the
Right.
motion to change the policy.
Primary motion.
Primary motion. Any discussion on that? Roll call, please. Oh, I thought we had a motion.
You have a.
The original one.
Yeah, I thought we had a motion originally.
Okay. Regent Adidam,
No.
Regent Thevaraju,
No.
Regent Herbin,
No.
Regent Schroeder,
No.
Regent Clare,
Yes.
Regent Kenny,
Yes.
Regent O'Connor,
No.
Regent Schaefer,
Yes.
Regent Shear,
Yes.
Regent Stark,
Yes.
Regent Whites,
No.
Regent Wilmot.
No.
Motion passes.
Everyone clear?
I just want to make one clarifying remark, and that is, again, I see the value of training to all personnel, and that's why I give that a no vote. I think it's very unfair to personnel to ask them, I guess, to just kind of interpret for themselves in this particular atmosphere where we have so much changing and we have everything hanging on that compliance.
You know, if I may just comment, sir, that there's a lot of education and training that needs to be done about these changes, and we take that responsibility very seriously.
Regent Kinney, I'd make a comment here.
Yes, sir.
There's issues I have with some of the other bylaws, and I would point out that we have not looked at some of these bylaws for decades. And I want to congratulate Dr. Gold, and particularly Katie Hoffman, our new member of the working with all of us as a part of the Regents. But I think we're a lot better in some of our bylaws, but we have more work to do. So it's not a done deal. There's a lot. It's hundreds and hundreds of pages, and it's complicated. It's bylaws, it's policies, and it's the way we've been doing things. And so this takes a while to get sorted out, and that's been the process. And we've got work to do, and we'll get better at it.
And I'd commend the team for that. I mean, Katie's been on the payroll since the first of the year, and you guys have looked at a lot of policy and done a lot of change, and it's tremendous amount of work trying to keep ahead of what's
In the
happening.
middle of a financial crisis.
Right. I'll turn it over to President Gold.
Thank you. I just point out to you for information only on that subject, all of the other changes for chapters 1 through 3 are under section 12D1, and they will come up for a formal vote by the board in the June meeting. And at the same time, we hope to bring to you for information only the updates for chapters 4 through 6, which will contain the totality of the updates of the Board of Regents bylaws done in approximately 6 months. I'd also point out, Regent Kinney, that there are numerous reports for the board's review. They include the naming of the radio booth in Memorial Stadium for Greg Sharp under 12E1. And I'd also point out that under 12E11 is the University of Nebraska Strategic Plan, Pillars, and Strategies. Thank you.
I accept the reports listed in the agenda on behalf of the board. Do we have a motion for closed session?
So moved.
For a second?
Second.
Roll.
Regent Thevaraju,
Yes.
Regent Herbin,
Yes.
Regent Schroeder,
Yes.
Regent Adidam,
Yes.
Regent Kenny,
Yes.
Regent O'Connor,
No.
Regent Schaefer,
Yes.
Regent Shear,
Yes.
Regent Stark,
Yes.
Regent Whites,
Yes.
Regent Wilmot?
Yes.
Regent Clare?
Yes.
Motion passes.
There's someplace we can
Yes,
go
there's
that-
a conference room right down there.
in the hall?
Yep,
Just right outside. of
right
down
outside.
figure out if I can make all these.
Thank you.
Well, I'll be there. Well, this is not,
We have to adjourn.
I'm going to, I got to look at, I don't know where I'm at all the time.
My best.
No, I was gonna.
9 o'clock, you said.
Yeah.
It just makes me smile every time I hear it. And you just laugh at me.
Are we adjourned?
Oh, I didn't even notice.
After thinking that there was no need for closed session.
I guess I will take my mom out.
Vancouver, Washington.
Oh, that's mine?
Which is a suburb of Fort.
Go ahead and
We're
go.
just gonna stay seated just
Are we live?
right now. Hopefully we can get out of here soon.
We found there was no need for closed session.
Hey,
We see there's no further business. There's no objection. We stand adjourned.
hey, you're,
Thank you.
kids.
Bang your gavel.
grandkids.
Yeah.